All right. How's everybody doing today, huh? Pretty good, huh? Well, after today, you're gonna feel a whole lot better because this, ooh, now we're catching on. So, there's a lot of stuff going on, but oh my God. Did anybody happen to see um Donald Trump at the ball, the first ball he went to, the commander-in-chief ball, in fact? So, see, I think see, but yeah, there's a lot of comms being thrown out there, but there's a video that we're gonna watch today. I've watched it 6 times already, and it's still, yeah, everything we've been saying. And guess what? Oh boy, this is gonna get really dangerous really quick. So, unfortunately, I'm gonna, be here in case it goes to commercials, because for some reason I got thrown off of YouTube, but it probably wasn't a bad thing. Show you why. See, they like totally zapped my account, but there's a reason why. So, what the fuck is it? Always get documentation. So, it wasn't even a bad thing I said at all about Israel. You know, now they're just, they're committing genocide. You just can't say that. So, if you notice the date, January 21st, 2025, 2:07 p.m. So it was 3:07 p.m. West Coast, right? But so removed, you may be able to 20 and 22 hours, right? Hate speech policies, right? Look at the date and the time. That's funny. Didn't know it was hate speech. So I decided to reply, and that was the rebuttal. Under executive order signed by President Trump on January 20th, 2025, gives we the people freedom of speech is granted to Americans under the First Amendment. Expect a class action lawsuit. There's nothing that was said that is not true, but yet you always want interference with Israel and Judaism as a whole. Hashtag. Didn't think we'd actually snap that, did you? Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, we did. So, oh boy, I can only tell you that Monday is going to be 5 alarm, like way out there. And we can prove it mathematically through all the drops and through everything going on. Kind of crazy. But, because there's a lot of stuff when President Trump was talking, during his speeches, especially about the Jews. How he's talking about, in fact, we'll pull it up here in a bit because it's gonna be a nice one today. Because I've been fucking I recorded like 5 of those things, and I think it was like 2 of them with Dina on the phone because she's out of town. And I mean, it's like Christmas, but you know what? It's better than Christmas. What's getting ready to happen is gonna blow everybody's fucking mind, and there's a damn good reason why. Damn good reason. Remember, saving the best for last. Mess with the best, die like the rest. Oh boy. So, you guys remember? I mean, it was like a while ago. I was on with Gail of Gaia and Drake Bailey, because Drake Bailey, I have articles printed that he's talked about the Q operation, everything all the way since back in Vietnam. Always listen. But her show, right? This one, I'm going to tell everybody. It's probably out on operations. But I cannot tell you how much you're going to want to save this video. It's a 39 minutes long, but I can guarantee you this. If you're not jumping up and down during certain parts, there's something wrong with you. We always said who was at fault. Always. We always stayed eye on the prize. And this is gonna get beautiful. I know Dina's probably geeked about this because this is awesome. So, you guys ready?
Welcome, cosmic travelers, to The Quantum Shift, where each week we leave the ordinary behind and step into a world of extraordinary possibilities. Imagine our reality being portaled into the realm of 5D wonderment, magic, and heartfelt living. This isn't just a wild concept. It's our new journey with the archangels and the world they built for the crystal DNA hue. Joining us on this adventure is our guide, George, who is our personal galactic guide from the 13th dimension. His profound insights never stop challenging and expanding minds. Our perceptions are easing their way into the zero-point timeline of a new quantum reality and newly awakened expressions of wisdom and mastery. Every episode promises to leap into the unknown, sparking vibrant discussions that illuminate our minds and transform our souls. We are putting on the parachute and getting ready to jump into the unknown. Let's pull the ripcord together and leap into a new realm of spiritual awakening. Brace for the stars as the Quantum Shift merges with an in-depth journey with your cosmic navigators. Introducing your host of the Quantum Shift, Dr. Sam Muggsy and Digital Tom.
Welcome to the Quantum Shift.
Hello and welcome to another Spiritual Lightworkers episode. Muggsy has some fantastic information to share with you guys. So without further ado, let's dive right in. Muggsy, how's it going?
It's going great. I absolutely love this time period that we're in because it's all about revealing the truth, learning who we are, more about ourselves. And after today's show, you should pretty much know how.
Okay, I just want to stop it here because she's going to show a document, right? But there's always like, there's like words blocking it. But once it was up, I screenshot it, printed it, telling you what, it's a goddamn patriot porn if you ask me.
To heal yourself, which I believe is going to be completely empowering. And it's also going to give you insight as to who you are and why you're so meaningful to not only the galactics, but also to the other realms as well. The Jupiter Committee, the High Council, is very, very, very excited to meet everybody because we are royalty. And I couldn't figure it out for the longest time. It took me years of research to figure out how we became royalty. How did we go from being just dirt, ghetto, pathetic life forms to royals? And I believe this show today is really going to open our eyes and turn the course of not only our timeline, but the reality that we're creating. So there you go. Are you going to say something?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm patiently waiting to hear what you have to share with us today.
Okay, so this is a letter by Commander Pascal and Diana Najati Kennedy Calhoun. And this is September 19, 2024. And it's called Operation Fuchsialag, which was executed, which is USSF base FA117 out of Paris. And there's some information that you guys need to know. First of all, Space Force has the authority under the United States law, if not planetary law, which is 50 USC 1550. And they carried out what they call Operation Fuchsialag, and it's fire strike, which was successfully executed. And this is really important. I'm going to put the letter up and have you read it yourself. I don't want to spoon feed anybody information. And I'd like for you to stop this video and just think about the parameters around which this letter was written, but also what it means to the humans on this planet. So there have been many Jews and clones that have put the humans way beneath their feet, and they have their own laws in regards to us, where we're like Palestinians, people. If you don't know, they feel they have the liberty to use us in rituals. They can do baby sacrifices. They're eating us, which we have videos where they're admitting this. They want to eat our pituitary gland because of our connection to the dimensional realms that we can connect to. They're using our stem cells from our kidney production, which is why they have dialysis. They're pulling out your stem cells, which is your life force, your spark of God, or your Christ, your Christo within you. And also why they feel that they can rape us, kill us, do whatever they want with us. We're literally at the same level, if not worse than a dog. They have no compassion, no regard for the Goyim, which is us, at all. We're dirt beneath their feet, okay? So what I found very interesting is that this program that just took effect wiped out a lot of the Jews. And what I gathered from this letter is that Space Force used their alien technology that they were going to use on us. The Space Force then flipped it and used it on them. And what is happening is that the whole operation, from what he has specifically mentioned, tiers 2, 3, and 4, but tiers 1 and 2 have already been dealt with. And from what I'm reading is that the tier 1 has to do with Enki, Enlil, and Lilith. And then you have underneath that, you have a hierarchy of fallen angels, which is 230 of them, one of which was Satan. One hand, another hand separate is the 200 watchers, and then another hand is the Nephilim. And these three is what is also significant when they're always putting the 3 stars of control. It's also the 3 stars for Enki, Enlil, and Marduk. It's all together. That's their trilogy, okay? So you guys do your own research. Some of this is from memory. and I might have my terms off or something. It's better if you guys see it for yourself. I don't want to be responsible for your interpretations. Okay. Please go look this up. So the Jews and the real true Jews are basically in hiding. They're humble people that follow the Druid. No, I got to get this right. The Druze with the Z, star of compassion, more humanity is concerned. The Druids is in paganism, which is Satanism, and this whole paradigm of dark evil and hell on earth is created through the Jews, okay, through this empire, this trilogy that I'm talking about and speaking about. So you want to look up the Black Madonna Baal connection, where Lucifer, which is Enlil, or like elites, right? They are the ones that when Enlil got married to his wife and then created this being called Baal, who regulated and controlled the Vatican. So it is said that El actually had relations with his sister Enlil, and that they created Baal. Now, this incestuous behavior is something that only happens with the reptilians. It's not what humans do. They have to breed within themselves because they're a different blood type, a different body type, a different way of gestation, of having eggs and not babies. So it's completely different. And they are the ones that have given the 13 families of the Illuminati the power to control this planetary realm. And that's where you have your Rockefellers and your Rothschild, which is the two brothers directly from Lucifer. And I also believe that it is another bloodline too of Ghislaine Maxwell's family is connected to this as well. So you guys want to look this up. So the Goyim, which is us, is actually a bloodline that comes from Archangel stem cells from Michael. And we are a mixture of Palladian, which gives us our human look, but we are internally running like a plant-based being, which is more of the Arcturians. So this is a merger between these three genetic groups that we call ETs, that are actually our family. They help to create us. And when we've been in the 3D, it's so that we could mature as a personality and as a spiritual being that would be intelligent and have wisdom and be able to manipulate consciousness for the better good of everybody, for humanity. That was the goal. So as we are operating within this reality, it's very important that you look at your body, if you want to be well, as a plant-based being. And I want you guys to look at your veins. They're blue and green. And that's because you're a plant-based being. If your health is bad, it's because you're killing that plant-based being within. The acid is killing that body. Okay, I'll get in more into that in a little bit. But back to Pascal. Commander Pascal works with Space Fleet, and he is part of the keepers of making sure that we're safe. And so he is a commander. Apparently, according to this letter, you can see he's new to us, that he's taken charge of helping to secure this realm for the Goyim, or the human race, now being born into the fifth race, which is mankind. So according to what I've been reading, is that tier 1, the Nibiru is the house for Enlil, Enki, and Lilith, and that's the prison planet. Apparently they're supposed to be there. They were encapsulated. I've also seen Q say that some of these beings are contained within a net, and they're in some kind of a black hole. So because I'm not there, I haven't seen this, I don't know, it hasn't come out yet. It's just something that I want you to think about, okay? Now, the ones that are the Draco invasion that came in to assist the Rothschilds during World War I or World War II, those beings have been kicked out of our solar system, and they will never return. They're locked out. They can't get back in. Everything has been secured. I think a lot has to do with the missiles. When Elon Musk was hitting the firmament with the missiles, what it did is it actually caused the electrical magnetic fence that creates this thermal blanket over our reality to keep us protected, actually was strengthened. It was re-supported when you hit it. It's like a computer program, and it will actually strengthen it, not deteriorate it. And I believe that's what they did. So we'll have to see, okay? But now, according to Commander Pascal, is that tier 2, 3, and 4 is in the process of being removed. Now, the way that I see it is that the controllers of this planet that you don't know about are the 200 watchers that were supposed to be watching over us and protecting us. They were located out of Switzerland. There is a government building there that had 200 seats around a round table, and they're the ones that decided what happened to humanity. I also find it very interesting that the DNS for all of our computers, when we're going to get on the internet, was running through Switzerland. So they knew who everybody was. They knew where we lived. They knew our internet connection, who our provider was. They could access billing. All of that information was made available to them. They knew what we were searching on the internet because they were in control of the DNS, the gatekeeper from your computer to get on the internet. They were the man in the middle. They also had very strict laws where they could not be hacked. Computer hacking is illegal in Switzerland. I know of computer companies that actually moved there because of this law, and they were able to get protection. Now, nowhere else in the world is it like that. So the 230 fallen angels is Lucifer, and they're allegedly housed over in Hoover Dam, under Hoover Dam, and they opened a portal so that they could bring minions in and out. You also have the Nephilim that were being housed in the Grand Canyon, and then from these beings cohabitating and creating their baby, that started the Hussein family, which is the Lilith and Baal, or Akhenaten. He has many names, is what was created.
Now, I just want to stop it right there, right? That's why in the drops, it's always Hussein in bold. And he's always saying, oh, Barack Hussein Obama. That's why.
That began this Hussein family, which they are Black. Okay. It also has to do with them having wings and being able to fly because they're part of the fallen angels as well. Okay. So, tier 2, according to what I'm understanding, is the royals going to be the Pope, your country CEOs that were put in place to run all of the various countries, the Rothschilds. So the minions that were actually the 13 families actually would be in tier 2, because tier 1 is the controllers, the watchers, the fallen angels, and the Nephilim. The Nephilim actually also run in with the tier 2. Okay. So tier 3 then would be more of your senators, prime ministers, your CEOs of banks, board of directors, police chief directors, CIA, FBI, FDA, WEEF, organizations, 3-letter agencies are going to be in tier 3. This is what Commander Pascal is working on at this point in time. I believe, according to that letter, you guys do your own research. Tier 4 is going to be doctors, nurses, police, CPS, sheriffs, border patrol, EPA personnel. It's the people that work for these organizations, okay? So the removal process is taking place as we speak. The Draco and Enlil, Inky, the ISIS group gone, never to return. So now this is according to George, is that the timeline is what the battle was for. And I never really understood what that meant. The Pope was controlling the timeline, and that's why he had the obelisk. The obelisk represents the timeline capture so that they create the movie around you. And if you see that at the Vatican, they have a pine cone, that is your pineal gland and your ability to have consciousness. They captured that so they could control not only your abilities, but also your intelligence, your wisdom, your compassion. They were controlling all of that by controlling their version of the movie. And the way that this happened was that you have your watchers that are in Switzerland, 200. Every year they would get together and they would figure out what you're going to do, what you're going to believe, what they're going to have for their movie, and they would be writing what we would experience for a whole year. That information then is passed on to the Pope, and the Pope is like your movie producer or your movie director, and he's going to make sure that everything is happening the way that it's supposed to be. Now, this is run through the Freemasons, which is also where you have your Grand Masters, which is going to be your Knights Templar. Those people, they're also represented through the Queen of England, who controlled all of the Freemasons. So she would make sure that there would be continuity between what movie the Vatican was creating for you to see in your peripheral so that they could control you. And this was being passed down through the Freemasons, which then would pass it down into their movie directors. And then you would have your actors that were playing a part to create this false reality so that they could capture your mind. So when they talk about the matrix, when you're in this egg and they just have you there as a feeding source of energy, this is what they're talking about. They created this fake reality. And this actually did happen as a test pilot in Antarctica. There was a movie producer in the 50s. I don't remember his name. You guys will have to look it up. But he created the real Truman Show, and he had actors moved in there where they would have an assimilation and they would put together what these people would experience and create their reality for them. And then they would have Mockingbird news media that would tell them what to think and how to interpret the information around them. It was total mind control. Well, they then took this project, probably starting shortly thereafter when John F. Kennedy was shot, his clone was shot, which they call 34. He actually, John F. Kennedy then started observing how they were creating this movie screen on a mass scale. And they would test it out then on the radio to see how much people are going to absorb of this information. And it went like crazy when they did the fake alien invasion. So then they took it even further and they put it into mainstream media where they're controlling what everybody thinks. The Rothschilds and the Rockefellers then own all the education so they can control how much we learn and where we're applying our brain mentality, how they're forming our world around us is completely captured by them, by this operation that they were manipulating us within. So the end result would be so that we on the farm would not notice when we're being harvested. Because we are plant-based, imagine we are like a supersonic salad for these Jews, and they feasted off of us. The more oxygen that they could put into our blood by causing fear, hyperventilation, that adrenaline going, it then became like a drug to them. It became like some kind of a Zoom drink so that they would not only get youthful from the stem cells that we have, but it would enrich their blood with our minerals and our super nutrients that we had from the Arcturians and the Palladians. So with this blood, they were able to shapeshift. They would use the matrix, the crystal matrix, to shapeshift, or they could just use it for brain power and being able to tap into us with our DNA. They would be able to pick up on psychic ability or different powers that we actually have that is stored in our DNA that you don't know about. So when the pandemic went out, the reptilians or the Jews were going to enslave us and keep us really more so in that matrix and in that artificial movie, if you will, so that they could control everything about our being and our wellness. In the jab was the mark of the beast and was also a small little tiny tube of an explosive. And this was put in there because they were going to create a farm where they would decide when we would leave, when they would want us out of here, when they didn't want to be our caretakers, if we got too old, if we got too stupid, if we got too lazy, then they could just hit us with a button or a frequency and we would explode. This is what they were going to do to us. It's the same explosives they used in their operations of terror that brought down our timeline. And it is said that it was used in 9/11. It's called thermalite, and it is patented by the Rockefellers. And I did a little bit of research and found out that a German Jew named George Frederick Henning discovered this explosive in 1898, and then the Rockefellers took it and patented it, and it's called thermite, but the real name is, okay, I can't even say this, so it's like multiple words all put together, and it's called cyclothermethylene trimine is the real name of it. So you want to look that, guys. You want to look that up. So there was, just as Israel Jews were keeping track of all the viruses and malware that was created by all the deep state computer techs, it was housing all of the different ways to hack people, or all the different software packages for hacking would be accessible at the time when they needed to take control over the Goyim. So they had database of this that the industrial complex controlled over in Israel. It's also true that they were keeping a database of all the different DNA and blood types. And this was for many reasons. One is because if they wanted to have for dinner an O plus negative or whatever, an RH negative, they would know where to go and who to get, and they would be able to look at the school rosters and pick out the kid that they wanted. If they needed to find out who was being terminated through the hospital system, that was all kept, and it was then the insurance companies that would tell the hospitals who needed to go. And then the doctors would convince that person that they had a dis-ease and that they needed to take injections or pills to terminate them. You know, like you're seeing now fentanyl and the remdesivir, even morphine and Oxycontin, all those are intended to shut your body down and take you out. And it's because if you look at your healthcare roster, you have a termination date. And when the hospital administrators see that, they know it's your time to go, then the doctor gets the orders and the doctor will carry out the mission. To heal yourself, you want to study plants. What plants need, you need, and it's a very easy way to understand how to take control of your health and heal yourself. Plants like songs, plants like electroculture, plants like crystals, minerals. They like a great nutritional soil, which they call compost. Well, that is more of our salads and soups. A plant-based diet is going to make you healthier. The greener you go, the faster you're going to be able to get out your poisons, okay? When you take chlorophyll, it puts more oxygen in your blood. This is what the reptilians like to have in their adrenochrome, it's adrenochrome, but it's like an adrenaline, but it also gives them an energy boost, okay? The only difference that I see from us and plants is worms. We can't have worms taking us down. Now, our bodies are not meant to have parasites. Our bodies don't heal. That's what Archangel Michael gave us. We have longevity lifespans because of our stem cells. This is why they're getting it from the kidneys, why they have dialysis, and why they're always pulling out stem cells, because those kidneys will work in as part of the immune system to rejuvenate your body. This is why I believe they're using the stem cells from the kidneys when they're putting it into jabs so that your body doesn't rebuke it. It will give it instead a false idea that this is a healing stem cell to rejuvenate the body from an aborted baby. Your body will accept it and then be able to be poisoned with the bioweapons that they're injecting into you. You want to be careful with this stuff, you guys. Worms were intentionally placed in your body because they poison the worms, that then their feces will poison you. And when you have symptoms, then you go to the doctor, and the doctor will then begin to slowly start to harvest you. That's what it's all about. So frequency, and this is why red light therapy works, is because when you work under grow lights, which is a red light therapy, it is a frequency, it is a waveform sound that not only gets your plants to grow better, it's also what heals your body and starts to recondition the crystals within. Do you guys know that your bones are actually crystals? And that's why you vibrate. That's why you have to have energy from this level. Go look this stuff up. So Elon Musk, one of the reasons why he moved to Texas, it now comes out, is that he is going to be involved with Space Force, with the wall that is going to create a frequency to keep us protected from any other galactic invasions. He's going to be using drones, infrared sensors, and quantum technology within those walls, which has to do with Tesla technology. So I just wanted to let you guys know that according to Commander Pascal, is that the next approach to the removal of the Jews is going to be tier 3. I think there's a little bit left from what I gathered, and going into 4 of the minions, which is going to be the removal of these Jew doctors, bankers, stock market, whoever's involved underneath, like a CEO. So it's going to be maybe the directors that are going, the doctors, police, maybe. But I do know that there cannot be any more of these Jews on the planet at all, these reptilians. They have a frequency. They can be found and traced. And just like these blood organizations for ancestry have been used against us, they're also used against them. I want to caution you, family tree DNA, ancestry DNA, 23andMe ancestry database is all connected for really bad reasons to take you out. You don't need to want to share your blood or your DNA with these reptilians. They eat us. And if you have a lot of spark of Archangel Michael with your stem cells, then they're going to want you more. Be very careful. So I just wanted to get this video out so that you get mentally prepared, because this next wave of removal of these Jews is actually going to affect you, because most, if not all, of the board of directors sitting on hospitals, all of the big hospital wigs are all Jews. Most of the doctors are also Jew. And if they're not Jews, they are tied to the Naga, which is the snake being out of India. And that's probably why we have a lot of Indian doctors, is that they could be affiliated with the Naga shapeshifter. And don't forget, a snake is a snake, will always be a snake. You can't get nothing more and you can't get nothing less. It's always a snake. All right. Thanks for listening. Please do your research. Pretend like I don't know what I'm talking about and you're going to prove me wrong. And keep this leapfrog of knowledge going for all of humanity so that we can protect one another. Okay? Love you guys. Take care and talk to you soon.
There was something in the drops that, oh my God, I cannot believe this. All right, so let me see if that picture uploaded already. Need to, no, I don't need that. Not yet, shit. Okay, let's go. 1 second. There we go. Oh shit. Sorry, mouse. Okay, so. All right. Oh, it gets better. We got the dates down. This is gonna be well worth it. Here's the timeline we're on right now. All right. So 126 is 11/11. That's it. Right? Because it's the end of the war. Also, it's George Patton's birthday on 11/11. So, what we're gonna do here is, and good thing I recorded them because then I could just play them on here. But there is something big. I mean, when they say that we have more than we know, it's we needed to go through this whole complete deal in order to learn, right? Now, there's a bunch of stuff that happened, right? But we're going to be coming back to this, right? So, thank God for MonkeyWorks. Oh, and you know what else? So, my love sent me a video from the plane when she landed. It's 1 minute and 17 seconds long. See if anybody sees anything a little odd. Kind of weird, ain't it? So, I mean, I probably added 50 videos over the past couple days because you're not going to believe the documents we found. Oh, I can't wait to share all this. This is going to be, I mean, and so in a matter of 24 hours, we found the beginning, who started BlackRock. It wasn't BlackRock. We nailed the FISA judge. We nailed the Jews, like hard. Because, so Elon came out and did the good old Roman salute, right? It's a Roman salute. So when they say, oh, it's, he made a nut. No. Remember, who are the fuckers that always want to change everything, right? Oh no, we're going to declass it today. We have the day, everything. And we have the articles from the other team. Timing is everything, right? So, riddle me this. Did you know that Monday, January 27th, is actually International Holocaust Remembrance Day? Would you like to know who put that in? It was Jimmy Carter. But why? Right? Now, it was done on November 1st, right? Now, the days of remembrance, right? April 23rd through the 30th. Huh. What else is, oh, is it? I'll shout you out in a minute, but it was, let me see which one. Not this one. I mean, old Pops laid the fucking dick down on, on the World Economic Forum. We should watch that too, because we could go as long as we want. We don't care. I mean, because we're getting shit out now, because this is, let's see. Shit, no, wrong one. Damn it. Here we go. There we go. All right, so. Let's see. Oh, shit. There it is. Okay. November 1st, 1978, President Jimmy Carter established a President's Commission on the Holocaust and gave the commission the responsibility to establish and maintain an appropriate memorial for those who were killed in the Holocaust. Huh. November 1st, you say? Well, first of all, you gotta do this. Remember, they go by a lunar calendar. It is Satanism. There's no light. So, list of satanic holidays, shall we? So, if they said that their little remembrance or days of remembrance, remember, they're the ones that had the Feast of Molech at Soldier Field in 1933. Remember that. That's the same time that they put that bullshit sanction on Germany, so everybody sanctioned them. So pretty much, it not only did it cripple them after World War I with the Treaty of Versailles, but then, of course, the fucking Jews got to do it again, right? But this gets good. I mean, this is going to get like... So, let's see. April 23rd to 30th, abduction, ceremonial preparation, holding a sacrificial victim, St. Mark's Eve, and yeah, the grand climax, right? But then again, it was November 1st, right? That he did it? Oh. If anybody says Jimmy Carter's good, fucking eat a dick. Why would he do it on Satanist High? Answer me that. Because first and third of every month, 1 and 3 together, 13. All Friday 13th are high satanic days. The funny thing is, there's only one Friday the 13th this year. And it's June 13th. Ooh. Holy Week, Palm Sunday, Easter Sunday. Some groups have thought the sacrifice, cook, and eat a human baby on Easter Sunday. Hey, ain't coming from me. We're just reading it. Don't blame the messenger. Blame Das Juden. They're the ones that do this shit. I mean, it's disgusting, but we have to make sure that everybody knows that they're shitbags, right? So, President Trump, well, first of all, Elon makes the Roman salute, right? What does the media do instantly? They blow up about it, right? So then, here comes our princess in, whatever, in commie clothing, AOC, our white hat, right? She had to take him way left, and I'll keep going. But then, when the ADL said that it wasn't a hate gesture, that she's like, "Oh, you must work for them." So it's just like a soft disclosure. Oh, you have no idea what we have here. I could barely get sleep. I was on the phone. Dina fell asleep with me on the phone. But Trump, when Trump said he's going to North Carolina tomorrow on Friday. Then he's going to California. Then he's off to Nevada to thank them for their votes. I'm sure he's probably going to do that Sunday, his day of rest, but he doesn't rest because timing is everything. So, codes command action, correct? Yes. So, 127.25 is also you guessed it, 17. Now, Sunday, January 26th, 2025, right? I think I tell right? But that's on a Gregorian calendar. Remember, crossing the Rubicon, change the calendar. So, goes back 13 days, 113 start. He was sworn in on the 13th. It's a Monday. Everything's actionable Tuesday. And then it comes up to the swearing in, right? That's odd. So J.D. Vance went up there and took the oath under the corporation, the United States, but Trump didn't. Can't serve two masters. That means he already did an oath. But then, because you got to really listen to what he's saying. He's like, can you believe they pardoned him while I was giving my speech? He's like, I was giving my speech and they give him a pardon. It's like, if you were giving a speech, you're already sworn in. So who did the pardons? Oh, and that Doge is climbing up. And we're going to go over the debt clock too. We're going to go over a lot. So, sworn on 113 to the Republic because you don't have to worry about doing on. Why do you have to do it on 120? That's on the corporation. We're not a corporation anymore. But we have to have boom weeks. The 13th is a Monday. The 20th is a Monday. The 27th is a Monday. Boom, boom, boom. Right? Now, so here's the thing though. Now, and I'm going to say JFK Jr., JFK, all of them. We could prove it. Yes. So, Vance is the 50th vice president, right? But he swore on the corporation. Trump's 47, right? That's 11. So, you would need somebody to come in as 51. That's a 6. 11 plus 6 is? Now, from now 127.25. It is the 80th anniversary of of them getting just let me just pull up the articles. I got that one there. This one here, no. This one right here. Oh, and Dina sent me this, and I was like, what? Guys, it's all happening. Fucking savage. Well, if it isn't Janice McAfee. Wonder what she's got to say at Pain Day, right?
Good morning, everyone. Janice McAfee here. And first, let's everyone just breathe with me, please, okay? In through your nose, out through your mouth. One more time for good measure. Okay, better? Yeah, better. Okay, so let me just say, my account has not been hacked. John's account has not been hacked. This project is real. AI antivirus is real. I'm super excited about it. There will be some announcements coming later today just to further explain the vision and where I hope to take this project in the future. But can I just say that I have not laughed or smiled this much since John has passed away. I think I saw someone write under my tweet, that's not how Janice spells honored. She's been hacked. Absolutely hilarious. Thank you guys for reminding me how crazy this space could be. And thank you for reminding me how intense some of you can be with your internet sleuthing. I can assure you, again, my account has not been hacked. John's account has not been hacked. Everything's all right. Everybody just breathe. It'll be okay. You know, I just ask for your patience. Bear with me as I venture off into uncharted territory. But I can promise you that my first goal is to only honor John's legacy and his memory. And so, again, just bear with me as I get my bearings here. And like I said, more announcements about the project will be coming out later today and in the coming weeks. So stay tuned.
Yeah, that happened. But I want to go. Right now. I want to go back to that document because we didn't. You know, it was just on there, but we snapshotted it and. All right. So, press release from Commanders Pascal and Diana Najati Kennedy Kaluni from the United States Space Force under 50 U.S. Code 1550 announced today. Just, dear sir, madam, on September 19, 2024. Now, why in the fuck would they just throw that date out there? Shall we go back to September 19th, 1963? C before D, Columbus Day, Trump, right? Now, we, the USSF, and our global military alliance exterminated 2.8 billion Jews. Clones or reptilians are all Jews. See, we're not lying here. Space Force document, it's a legitimate base. I just can't read French. They only put it in French. So if anybody can read French, Italy. Now, also, Operation Feuerschlag, Fire Strike, Fire and Fury, huh? So, in a single strategic and brutal blow, a kill switch in their soulless bodies was activated using hydrogen and nanobot technologies. The execution of the Jews is a testimony determined and unrelenting blows which weaken their strongholds for this major victory now. Their extermination is being achieved using Tesla time travel technologies and other related advanced weaponry, which are part of the arsenal which the USSF used to kill our enemies. Robotic cameras transmitted information this morning showing gruesome images of dead bodies of Jews lying on the streets in cities such as Zurich, London, Tokyo, Brisbane, Israel, and New York. Wall Street is completely devastated with the bodies of dead Jews. Remember, they use time travel. Their own engineered bioweapon had been used against them, and the vast majority of the Jews have been exterminated. The extermination of the Jews was also a result of the shedding by their Moderna, Pfizer bioweapons technology, which have been traitorously labeled as a vaccine. Our technology was used to reverse engineer their weapons that were intended to exterminate every man, woman, and child against them. Using alien technology through the secret space program under 50 U.S. Code 1550, the USSF used black technology weapons to hunt and exterminate all Jews. You want to... I mean, it was like that. I was like, fuck. Lose the fucking whole head. to hunt and exterminate all Jews. Jews are the ancient enemy of humanity, and they all die suddenly, no mercy. Through the determined and joint efforts of USSF, Operation Fuschlag, the execution of Jews is a complete success. Details and images will be released and published by the Command Press Office of the USSF in due course. Now, our military firepower is directed at level 2, 3, and 4 minions within the ranks of the Jews and the Cabal on the present timeline. We are the guardians of humanity, and our light obliterates the darkness of evil and treason. Always Semper Supra. Hmm. 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 But, you know, there's always something to find. And when you see what we found, you are going to shit your pants. No, this 23 pain, huh? 23 pain. Holy shit. I would have never thought this. But then again, it's 99 pages. I think everybody should check this out because this is the mother lode. Shall we? Sun Tzu, The Art of War, applicability to space warfare. Due to the infancy of space warfare planning, employing just one or two of these space strategies may be all that it takes to win the war. They go through all of the statements, all Sun Tzu statements, right? So, you can only imagine what ones are there. So, packs of 3, right? If we go to 16, 17, and 18, right? State Department, State Department, State Department. Those 3, gone. State Department's gone. Off the board. Now, let's go to 23, because, ooh, boy. 23. Fake the deaths of various satellites with covert reserve space weapons missions over a period of months and years before the surprise attacks. Satellites. Huh. Remember, we're vehicles. Remember that. Now, this is 99 pages, classified 1 through 99. Don't know if it's classified or not, but yeah, it's got some good shit. So, we go to this one. 33. I go by the numbers. Truly understand not only your adversary's Space Force status and dispositions, but also Allied Force status and dispositions. Do not let security restrictions obscure to competent commanders the true capabilities of your own forces or of others. Understand the potential impacts of adversary non-space forces on your Space Force status and dispositions. And we'll go to the next one, right? 45. Attack a space target when it's furthest away in its orbital track from an adversary's tracking, telemetry, and control stations in order to maximize the time before an adversary detects that his satellite has been attacked and can do something about it, repair, restore satellite, bring online backup system spares, or respond militarily. Remember, they're using them too. So, in case they find out that, it was a clone, that Biden was a clone that we put in there, but, I mean, they're too stupid. But everybody's worried about his his everything going downhill, right? Everybody's paying attention to that, but they didn't realize that clones are actually recording devices too. Cameras are eyes. They record everything. Now, let's go to 47. Make a series of random satellite maneuvers to confuse the enemy as your true intentions. I don't know, you got one that's 5'9", you got one that's 6'2", you got confuse the enemy as your true intentions and appear confused in your responses to his attacks. Some of these supposed random maneuvers hide real attacks with obscure intentions. I mean, they're just trying to kill him. So let's go to 49. Appear busy on the ground at space-related command centers in order to feign disorder. Order a lot of pizza. Conduct a lot of meetings, high-level meetings. 52. conduct a misinformation campaign against known adversary spies in our midst in order to make it appear that the Allied war effort as it relates to space is confused and in disorder. Always appear weak when you are strong. So, 59 was a banger. Now, let me know if this sounds like anybody you know. Make bombastic and bragging comments about Allied space control capabilities in order to irritate and goad your opponent into space control actions that are not well thought out or adequately planned, manned, optimally positioned, or resourced. Ooh. But didn't have time to go through the rest of it. But there's an issue here. All the way to the bottom. All right, so wait. Yeah. I got 449. That's a 17. That's a big one. Because then it makes a lot of sense what's going on. Sorry, guys. 449. But 449 to 17. If an adversary satellite is suspected of having defenses, then multiple attacks must be employed, possibly of different phenomenologically, fucking whatever, weapon system, and from different angles of attack, maybe come out of the sun to increase the probability of kill, PK, or mission success. Out of the sun, huh? What comes out of a plasma sun? Light, right? Yeah. But X flares, M flares, MX, then that's 5. Five. There's a 16, 17, 18. Trump. Four. Oh, this gets a lot funny. So, what do you think the big deal is? Right? Like, why is it then, right? Well, the 80th anniversary. I mean, but let me get this one. Also, remember I said read the Bible. Now, let's face it, everything's done twice. Christ called the Jews twice. Den of vipers and the synagogue of Satan in Revelations. Twice. Right? Now, remember we talked about the Golden Age. What usually happened right before Golden Age? Got rid of the Jews, right? But this time, you got to get rid of all of them. So, how do you think they're going to do that? Well, what do you think warp speed is? They were going to kill us all. Trump knew it. That's why he put in Operation Warp Speed, because if you gave him any more time, it's like, no, we need to stop right now. And it completely flashed everyone. And it's like, and that's the thing. We know the people died from it, but they're all coming back. But also, it was either do it this way, or, and remember, you can't kill us. You can't kill energy. You can't kill the Christ consciousness from us. But what you can do is kill switch. That nice shiny red button on his desk. Wonder what that's for. Remember, they put all that nanotech in us. So since they're complete psychopaths, but And the problem is that these people are so fucking arrogant. This was today. Thune teases up Senate vote on International Criminal Court sanctions. Hmm. That's funny. At least 7 Democrat senators passed. No, you don't. Don't need it. Why? We have the House, we have the Senate. They're all beholden to Das Jude, Ukraine, and all that. That's why they're all about that shit, right? Because I mean, we have got some fucking bangers to pump out. Now, also the pardons, right? Remember, Biden put out on WhiteHouse.gov that we printed up that he released 2 and then 5. That's it. Well, where'd the other 2,000 and something come in? And the dates that they have, they're going to release all these mass murders, February 15th, March 15th, and all this. No. So here's the funny thing about a pardon, okay? Now, on one preemptive pardons, with those, it's an admission of guilt. But if you're called to testify, what do? Right? They're going to go in there and they can't take the fifth. They have to tell the truth, right? Okay, cool. Because they think they're scot-free. Scot-free. Remember, why did Trump do this? Right. The so-called bishop, remember Bishop Colt, who spoke at National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning, was a radical left hardline Trump hater. She brought her church in. It's not even her, number one. Throw that right out. How many women do you know of that would have the middle name Edgar? I'll wait. But we found a second Edgar. You're not going to believe this one. So she brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. She failed to mention the large number of illegal migrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It is a giant crime wave that is taking place in the USA. The corporation, the USA, says our country, but USA. Remember, you put USA dot, U dot, the acronym, but apart from inappropriate statements, the service was very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology. A lowercase t. You don't say. Also, remember, follow the pen, right? Catherine Herridge. Where's Catherine Herridge right now? She went down to Gitmo. She's down to Gitmo right now. Wonder why, But also, see, Democrat, all these pedophiles, they're all Das Juden, right? Now, remember, scot-free. It's missing a T. Who did scot-free, right? Scot-free Productions, Ridley and Tony Scott. Also, these motherfuckers. Now, one more. 2565, December 7th. The day that will live in infamy. Also, December 7th, 2019, a year. Think about it. What happened then? Oh, that's when they launched the, was it CVN 71? The John F. Kennedy aircraft carrier, second one. Scot-free, where we're going when we go all. Q0 equals Q plus. At what point did they wake up? Remember, he had plus. What is it, Trump? Why not? Yeah, Q plus, Q. But remember, all in on it. All of them. Now, something funny happened yesterday. Do you know they were supposed to release the JFK files yesterday at 3 p.m.? But they didn't. Wonder why, right? Because you want to hit him as hard as you can, right? So, if he is going to Reno on Sunday, Saturday, Sunday, probably Sunday, right? Going to Reno on Sunday, or Vegas to thank the voters. I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, the guy's just, and people, all the liberals, you know how they are, just fucking, because they got two brain cells and they're not talking to one another, so that's not my fault. But they were supposed to release it, possible, 3 p.m. on 1/22. That's 61 days from 11/22. So, also, remember, they all said 5 steps ahead, right? Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. 5 steps ahead. You got it. Now, why is it so big? Because it just is. Because, now, remember, oh, wait a second. Sorry, 1 second. Right. Here it is. I can't believe this shit. Now, you ready for this one? These guys are awesome. So, December 17th, right? Why would that be a big day? I don't know. They told us in post 520. Or is that 365, post 365? A year. Think about it, right? 12/7, 12/17, right? What do we say the first one was? Remember when they let Khalid Sheikh Mohammed and all those guys, they took them out of Oman, but they didn't take them from Gitmo. Watch the monkey works. They took them to Atlanta first, then they left. So the ATL, that was a swap right there, private plane. Everybody, oh, you should get. Everybody's all pissed off by it. But these 2 posts right here tell us everything we need to know about what's going on. Here's how. So, 3717, there's your 18. 3716, there's your 17. Remember? Q and R. Remember they killed his father and all that? You know who the R is, right? So, December 17, 2019. 5:03:45 p.m. Both of them. They're both identical. So how can you do that at the same exact time and repost in the same second? You can't. But they just show us that they can. First unsigned indictment unseal will trigger mass pop awakening. First arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker number 9, right? / marker. It's 9/11. These are the Twin Towers. They're identical. Same time, they're identical. The 9 is the building. The 11/11, it's the fucking World Trade Center. Because now you look. You got 17/18. December 17th, 2019. That's a 23 pane. Then you have 5345. 53 gets inverted, right? But also it equals 17. Right? Now, it's going to be 9/11. Because also, right? Now they talk about SA, right? Because everybody's like, oh, fuck Saudi Arabia. No, whoa, whoa, whoa. SA is a corporation. You have to watch corporation. Now, when she talked about Switzerland, how they don't have that nobody can hack in Switzerland, but you can hack anywhere else, right? Why is that? What's in Switzerland? Alice, the computer. So where's the bloody Wonderland? It's Switzerland. They always cry about them being, we're neutral. Fuck them. All of them. Every single one of them. Now, this, let's see, read. Seven-year anniversary, 11/11/18, a parade that will never be forgotten. Ask yourself why. God bless our brave men and women in uniform. We will never forget. Huh. Who uses that term? Yeah, Das Juden. But how are we supposed to find the 11/11/18? Like, oh, oh shit. Post 2478. There's your 21, November 11th, 2018. There's 11/11/18. Right? Parade that you will never forget. Let the unsealing begin. Let the D-class begin, right? Throwing the big L. Yeah, there's no coming back from this. Let the world witness the truth. We, the people, right? Because they are they're not human. Not at all. Not one bit. You got your boom, you got your 6 zeros right there. There's 11, 11, 11, 11, 21. Yeah. And that's a 7. It breaks down to a 3, 13, 7, and plus 9 is 16, which is a 7. So, and also, President Trump was talking, I mean, his now when you actually start watching it, it's like this is kind of wild that this going, but there's no way that, of course there's gonna be people out there. That's just a coincidence. Are you sure about that? So let's do this. Loyalist critical, June 29th. Loyalist. Yeah, patriots, we love our country. When they call you a loyalist, that means you're loyal to the British Crown. A counterattack to the first Law and Order strike, prepared and ready in effort to change the narrative, prevent blind mass public awareness, re-coordinate effort to remove sitting U.S. POTUS, covertly disrupt COC regional comm as needed, media plans to disregard, relabel as political attack, AG election interference, and inject script. Some commanding officers, EOs, may provide class 1 through 99, 99 pages, that do not reflect those 1 through 9 of the POTUS or the AG of the United States. Appropriate actions should be taken. Remember your oath. Remember your mission. Infiltration, not invasion. Defend and protect at all costs. All right. All right. Now, Post 4724, why? 17. Why did it take an outsider to finally deliver the start of the peace of the Middle East? Why did it take an outsider to finally deliver the start of the peace of the Middle East? Why did they repeat it? Abraham Accords, come back in and clean it up. Fuck it. No. The throne of Satan, that's the Vatican. It's always been the Vatican. Throughout history. I mean, we even have a video on it. I can show it later. So, right. News coverage, front pages? Of course not. Who owns the press? They do. Missile strikes, attempt to terminate? Oh, you mean Samson option? Yeah. Peace doesn't sell. War, fear does. Money. Evil and corruption at the highest levels. Holy shit. Then, go to November 6th. So, that would mean that would be the 21st. Because the 20th is 11/5. Because of how Melania was dressed. V for Vendetta. Even had the sharp angles and everything. I'm like, ooh, girl. So, let's go through this. Arrest of Alawi and others important. How is Alawi been Obama tied to Huma, right? The Harvard University Muslim alumni. What Alawi financed BO pre-political days? They're all in the same. They're all in the same CIA circles. They're just here. Their whole job was to ruin America from the inside out. The Jews, the Catholics, the Roman Catholics, they gotta go to. Well, we don't have to work. They're baby eaters, but every Jew's got to go. Because remember, they gave us all those bullshit shots. Not all of us, but the smart ones that didn't take it. But remember, they didn't. They took different ones. Remember, they're bragging, oh 100%, 100%. But then you look at the birth rates. Every country was down except Israel. Israel's shooting up. Why? It was to kill us. They really. Guys, you'll never hear a Jew ask you if you need help. Ever. They don't have a human bone in their body. They're total shitbags. All of them. It's in their DNA. They're complete psychopaths. They're arrogant. They're narcissistic. I mean, a lot. They're the ones that are bringing socialism and communism. But remember, here comes an oligarchy. Shut the fuck up with your oligarchy. It's a benevolent dictatorship. Fuck off. We're closed. So, what is Huma defined? Just did. What book was B.O. caught reading? The Post-American World by Fareed Zakaria. Who was doing the interviewing at the World Economic Forum today? Oh, Fareed Zakaria. It's a nonfiction book by American journalist Fareed Zakaria. A nonfiction. Let that sink in. Because he's a fucking Indian too. These people worship the Nagas and all that, just like Kunt Mullah. Now, Post-American World, we just went to it. What church did B.O. attend as pre-POTUS? He went that one with Jeremiah Wright when he was in the Weather Underground. You know, it was a branch off the Benson Ramos Brigade. Who was B.O.'s mentor? Shit. You know, who he was Bill Ayers. He was Bill Ayers, and I mean, all the people. Alawi HRC connected. Yeah. Alawi Bush Senior Junior connected. So when they say Saudi Arabia and Israel and all that, they're talking about, bin Talal and all them. What occurred post 9/11? What were we getting to? Oh, Iraq, Afghanistan. What's the purpose of disclosure given justification? Fucking Bibi showed up in Congress. Oh, we had our Mossad. We had our Mossad look, and they said there's weapon of mass destruction. We have to go in there and get it. Why? Remember, they're Satanists. What's in Iraq? And the thing is, Saddam Hussein, You know, people could say he's an asshole or fucking tyrant or anything like that. He wasn't doing anything bad. It's these filthy fucking kikes that's been telling us the whole time, airways, propaganda, propaganda. That's going to get cut off too. But they're going to catch them. So, who financed 9/11? Well, we did. How is it that Israel has a surplus, has a space program, and has a full functioning everything? It's like the size of New Jersey. What FOIA docs are being publicly released recently? Which is current SA. That's when they had the whole raid without Blackwater. They went and took them out of the Four Seasons and tortured them, took their money, done. Why is it relevant? Why is Christopher Wray important with regards to these releases? Remember, there's two FBIs. There's one in Israel, one here. So everybody's like, oh, it's FBI. It's like, but what FBI is actually dictating to it? We already know that they run our government. But the FBI, remember, the Jesuits, the Jews, Roman, they're all one and the same. They're all fucking shitbags. What is money laundering in? Was the single biggest event that could generate many nation states to pay out billions. 9/11. Who audits where the money goes? $15,000 for a toothbrush. Fuck it. You buy, and then they just pocket it. Reconcile. Why do we attack Iraq? Halliburton. Who are they? Well, I mean, oil company, but I think a lot, I mean, because Halliburton, you think of it oil, but they also are an aerospace and weapons manufacturer. So what's the level political officials are Cheney. Primary goal to fucking destroy America from the inside out. Primary motive influence that drives corruption, greed. It's their Jew. It's their fucking mentality. What does money buy? Nothing. It's junk. How's connected to SA, connected to Alawid, connected to Las Vegas. So remember, what if, well, we already know that Obama, Alawid bin Talal, and all that, they knew where Trump was going to be. That he was going to be in Vegas. He flew in the dark of night. And to meet bin Talal, Mohammed bin Salman. And they thought that he was going to be dressed up like a sheik or something like that, like he usually does. But no, he had short sandals. He's like, fuck, I just want to go out and just gamble, have some fun. You know, fuck it. Let's see. There's still some more. This. Oop. Oop. Four, 7, 7, 8. Bonus way, sympathy and science. Those who want to have sex with children. Toddlers understand consent. Can child legally? It's all Israel. Shape narrative takes work. Trial date, July 21st, 2021. Unusually have a 1-year gap from arrest to trial, right? What might be the purpose? Well, you should ask. It's in the Southern District of New York. Remember, they're all locked up at the Metropolitan Prison. New York, I mean, if I was Trump, I'd just fucking blow the bridges and fucking just let them starve. Because, honestly, these Jews, if they're so religious, right, then why do they have that copper wire that they monitor so that they go out on Sabbath and drive around? It's like, you guys don't even respect your own religion, your fucked up religion. I mean, it's stupid. It's all Talmudic law. Then, oh, Jesus. Yeah. So 666. Why did the memo drop a Friday and before the Super Bowl, right? A Friday. Tomorrow. And before the Super Bowl, that's already done. That was exercise 19-2 when they pulled that shit in New Orleans after the Super Bowl. and they all took him on private planes to the spot. The spot, we got that one too, because I can't believe what that is. So, Friday, then 9/11. It's going to be 9/11. Because Trump's like, oh, we're going to come out 9/11. But remember, this whole October 7th thing. Oh, wait till you read some of this shit. It just fucking. Because even Trump mentioned the the bitch they brought, that she had those, she had her gauze wrapped up, and she's like, oh. You can see that her fingers are wrapped in the gauze on her, like it was like this. That's when Trump's like, hey, did you hear about her? She got her 2 fingers blown off by trying to block a bullet. Now let that sink in for you. That's the dumbest shit ever. That's like somebody getting their fingertips chopped off from a fucking surfboard. Shit. Fucking skank. Rothschild Estate sale, Black Forest. Remember, Black Forest sold. It's gone. Stock market dive, 666 coincidence. Source transfer wealth. They'll be freed. Marriage for power, not love. Hilton, Rothschild, Soros, Clinton, etc. News unlocks map, minor attractive persons. Think mirror. Mirror. Which team? They don't know. Apache, right? Well, who knows what a clone is, right? So, I mean, you can't really tell. I mean, it was like, oh, they're wearing a mask. It's 2025. They were doing masks back when George H.W. Bush was in. Fucking smarten up. I know everybody here's smart, but. So, these people are evil. Still don't believe you are sheep to them? Goyim. Less than that. 2020 coming. Why 2020 vision? Because nobody could defend them in this. They've sat here and bitched and cried about everything. You got the USS Liberty. You've got, I got a whole fucking list of it. It's like, but yet, and then they go out there and blackmail. They blackmail us. Did they release hostages? Anyone? Actually, they took more from the West Bank. Just take them all down. And the thing is that, we thought that, oh, just go over there and level the place. No. Clean, swift. Hit the button. Done. Gone. Actually, clones do have generals. They have a dick. They don't make the JJ. They just make a dick. So that's why all the that's why they all have dicks. They play a tuck rule and all that. Public is vital. Release of info vital. Outrage justice. Can we simply arrest the opposition without first exposing the truth? Follow the light. Wonder when they're gonna do this. So. So now we know that this right here. What if Fox M1 stolen takedown, right? But thing is that, see how it's like this? But let's do this. Download image. Right? Thing is, oh, I already printed it, right? Oh shit, sorry, damn it. The problem is that when you print it, That 1,000T is on the bottom line. You know what that is, right? That's the money. Vatican. Right? Fox 1, Fox 2, Fox 3. What's the Vatican, City of London, Federal Reserve? On guard, constant aware. It's Space Force. They funnel money. I'm like 1,000 trillion, you know? So is it a blockchain? They just got everything, or they already have the physical stuff? Oh, it's borders being ransacked now by 1,000 illegal immigrants. They're not immigrants. They're aliens. The military's down there. They could start shooting them. Fuck them. Because who's creating that? That Claudia Scheinbaum, that fucking kike in there. See? Problems everywhere. Everywhere you go, there are problems. Such shitbags. I mean, just. Mm. Yeah, it's right here. In fact, they tell us. 531, January 13th. When he got sworn in. 2018, 7-year. 10-5050. Deadly Marshall attack. Capablanca versus Marshall, 1918. Just egg. Queen F3, Queen to F3, Queen, Fox 3. But what if Fox 1 might be bigger? Because this happened. And I'm like, I can't believe he isn't. So, sitting there watching Monkey Works. This comes up. I'm like, holy shit. These guys are really good. He's like, I don't know what this one is. I'm like, I could tell you who it is right now. That's Grey Pope. 1104 actionable. Boom. SJ. 451 Superior. The Society of Jesus, right? Grey Pope. 920, that's 11. 1104. Guantanamo Bay to Fort Lauderdale. Because, once you take them, then you're going to take the plane, too. Shit, why leave it there? You want to have a parking lot. Just nice to do. And so, this was last night. On Sky News, right? Anybody say anything wrong? There's no flag. We're not putting up the corporate flag anymore. That's it. Done. Just like they did on 1/11/2021 when they brought the flag down and then they put it back up. It was a whole change of the guard. It's like operations are shit's going live. Then 952 was 952, 952, 952. And remember this, right? He's in Syria, right? All the overthrowing everything. The flag is not supposed to be at half staff. Trump actually put an executive order because they tried to pull that shit with Jimmy Carter saying, oh, it has to be 30 years. No. But done in 30, exactly 30. When did Carter die? Count 30 days. Remember, February 1st, that's when the, next Saturday, that's when the External Revenue Service kicks in. You can't have two revenue services. Then remember, 6 zeros, because this is going to be very important because we'll listen to something, and then you're going to see exactly why they're doing this. Oh, these fucking shitbags. Will the very unfortunate phase in North Korean sanctions fail? Yep. Right here. Right? The link. So we know they tried to ice John Perry Barlow. Who else they try to kill? We have the sub, right? So now we have Leviathan. What about the hostage release? Why don't we see any of that? They are about to be broken up in 1,000 pieces. Because everybody looks at Bush and all them being Satanists like, fuck, the Jews are the biggest Satanists of them all. All of them. In fact, is 4592, July 18th, 2020. When's the last time you witnessed a Democratic Party leader being patriotic, right? Never. They'll wave the fuck out of fucking Ukrainian flags in our house. No. When's the last time you witnessed a Tea Party leader speak out against the riots, violence in the streets? I mean, our whole government is infiltrated with these shitheads. MSDNC protecting peaceful protest, yeah. But remember that bitch is like, oh, I love the smell of burning tires. And the CCP isn't China either. It's the Cuban Communist Party. Wait till we get to that. That's when the last time he was the Tea Party leader support those who took an oath to protect and defend. They don't take oaths at all. They don't swear, but they're all fucking demonic. When's the last time you witnessed a Tea Party leaders support and call for unity across the nation? Oh, you mean like, oh, we want to work across the aisle. Now they want to just, oh, well, Cash Patel, dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. It's like, you could smell the fear through the monitor. Why do they want people divided? Because then nobody can say it's on them. Because then if they keep us fighting, they keep on just fucking killing us, doing all this shit. Why do they want people categorized? Because they're Jew. They don't say I'm an American or anything like that. See, when Wyckoff went over there, he went over there as American. He's like, fuck you, get the fuck out. Fuck your Sabbath. Let's go make this deal. That's it. Sign it. Who controls the Democrat Party leaders? Das Juden? F. Foreign state. The Jews, the great deceivers. It's literally Space Force doing this. There's time travel technology. They're getting help from the Andromedans, the Arcturians, a bunch of others. Shit. There's some fun shit. 37. 3787, right? Corrupt Democrats fighting for their lives to keep media government focusing on opponents. Don't worry, it won't be boring forever. Crowd strike, crowd strike, crowd strike, crowd strike. Technology infrastructure maintenance. For what? Oh. Oh. I get it. The infrastructure maintenance are your radicalized groups. That's how much the Democrats were paying them. Because, I mean, if you were doing technology infrastructure maintenance and you had to do one on 5/5/2016, one on 7/11/2016, and one on 8/3/2016, shit. No, not at all. But, there's more. No. Let's go back to post 1000. It's funny this would pop up. Remember, September 16th, September 11th, and all that, it's 5 days, right? So Thursday to Mondays, 5 days. And Trump's always 5 steps ahead. So he was on 113, and then boom, 5 days, and then we're Thursday. But let's see. Mm. Right here. Right. Why is Epstein spending 29 million to bury the tunnels underneath the temple on Epstein Island? Problem, phones were allowed in. These people are stupid. Well, Israel, yeah. I mean, they're like the first thing from anything Christ-like, especially the shit we got on them now. That's the H, right? So, the H is the Holocaust, but also the IRS. But the H could also mean the last initial of somebody's name that's coming to visit on Monday to Turtle Bay. It's going to be fun. But there's something hidden in here. Oh. Seven 1133. The IRS. Remember they formed at 7-11-33? They had those was it the Barton, the husband and wife Barton, and then that Lawrence E. Cavilla or something like that, and they signed it in Albany, New York. How come? Let's see. Oh shit. This move. 342. Boom. Why is China, Qatar donating vast sums of money to our education institutes? Is it really so hard to believe foreign actors are able to bribe those in key positions within the U.S. to betray their country? Whenever they say China, they mean Israel. Whenever they say Russia, they mean Ukraine. They're not going to come on and say it. They talk in code. Oh no. Oh no, Kim. No. We're not going anywhere. They're leaving. And it's going to be quick. Because also 1879, the Jihad Squad. Yeah, see? So, this bitch right here, she's one of them. That's how high up we've been infiltrated. Ain't that a damn shame? Nice, huh? Let's see. 1879. Oh, I've never been to the island. Fucking so stupid. 1879. Right here. House of God. Couple days ago. Only beginning. Those who are taught to trust most. Expect many, many, many similar reports to surface from around the world. It goes a lot deeper. Connected. Choice be yours. Hey, man. Then, one of my favorites. Because it's the double meaning in it. 1822. Psychological projection. Triple, 6 zeros. 121, right? 1822. Huh. The TV, right? You see why he had Vance in there? See why he swore on the corporation? He has no clue. You got everybody where you want them. Because keep your friends closer, enemies closer, right? Who's the Department of Commerce now? Panic in DC, right? Department of Commerce. They got Lutnick. They're just waiting to drop the hammer on Monday. Because you're not coming to our fucking house at all. And gonna say, oh, international Holocaust movement. Why you motherfuckers are over there committing genocide after genocide, but nobody's reporting on it because you guys own the media. But then you want to sit here and bitch when anybody says, oh, the pain, the anguish, fuck your pain, fuck your... You don't have any emotions. If you had emotions, you wouldn't do the psychotic shit you do. All of them. That's why, remember? They go to Jew doctors. They go to Jew lawyers. It's all over. But if you find out you're a Jew, whoa. No, you can't have that. I'll go get yours. So if they knew, remember, all psychopath, you know that they're all just going to make sure that they stick together. Because also, what we have is if you can believe this, it's still up on infogalactic.com. Israel orders 100 million eggs to bird flu outbreak. We've been trying to tell everyone it was fucking Israel that did all this. They created the COVID-19. China. Got her Patsy over there. The thing is, like, him and Xi, they're tight. Now, back to this. Psychological projection. Right then there, should fucking tell you exactly what it is. A secret plan by a group to do something unlawful, harmful, conspiracy to destroy the government. Islam. Actual plotting, conspiring. They were cleared of conspiracy to pervert the course of justice. Fake news. Collaborating, pushing knowingly false information, knowingly false narrative pushes. Everything. Fear and scare push. Rather see North Korea peace negotiations fail war than see POTUS resolve. It's the Jews. Remember that rabbi? He kept on saying, "Oh, you need the harvest. We need a Messiah. You got to harvest." So they want you divided by race, religion, culture, class, political religion, right? Well, if they create all the religions, it's all bullshit. That's the Great Awakening. Remember, they came over here and created 3 times, 3 Great Awakenings. We get the Delta. Because remember, everything is, monitored. But first thing he's got to do, I don't know why I'm telling it, but you could slide that, the rescindance of the Smith-Mundt Act, pull that back, how Obama's like, oh yeah, just, now the propaganda, slide it back, tell Carrie Lake, it's like, hey, let all the media know that they gotta tell the truth. It's perfect timing. Because, let me see, fuck, which one is this? Shit. Huh. Wonder if Trump listened in. Because when they mentioned 3.0, despite the hurricane hits, right? Oh boy. Remember when Israel stole all of our, from New Mech, all the uranium? They fucking steal everything. Just fucking shitbags. All of them. See, you can't say, oh no, because everybody's like, well, if they change over to Christ. No. There's no change over to Christ. No. Fuck you. You're going to see Satan. You guys want to start injecting people and forcing people to take an injection so you can kill us all? And then you could throw the military industrial complex to a deagle. Because remember, they had the numbers that was going to be like, what, 25 million or 30 million in the US? Fucking idiots. Dick chuggers. Now, also, see this one. Oh, shit. Here. Oh, my God. Yeah. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find these. You know what? Oh, I can't do that. Let me see. I got this. To Dow. Oh, shit. Here. I gotta go to the bathroom. So, got a video here. It is the hidden battle. TikTok under attack by Islam. Odd.
A Chinese app dominating the global headlines. TikTok, first banned and now reinstated by no other than the incumbent President Trump. But let's begin with having a quick look at Donald Trump's recent actions. Love him or hate him, he has delivered two major blows to the pro-Israel lobby within just 1 week. And this was before he's even officially back in the office. First, he forced Benjamin Netanyahu, the man many of us view as the bloodthirsty architect of terror, to accept a ceasefire in Gaza on almost the exact same terms that Netanyahu rejected in May 2024. Let's be very clear. Netanyahu, who's been leading Israel's genocidal campaign against the Palestinians, did not want to have this ceasefire. So Trump's move was a direct challenge to those who might think Israel gets to act with impunity. And now Trump has reversed the ban on TikTok, a ban, remember, a ban that Congress imposed and even the Supreme Court upheld. The ban had already pushed ByteDance, that's TikTok's parent company, to shut down US operations, leaving approximately 170 million American users in the dark. But Trump, this time apparently seeing the bigger picture, stepped in and said, "Not on my watch. At least not now." On his social media platform he wrote, and I'm quoting here, "I will issue an executive order to extend the period before the ban takes effect, giving us time to protect our national security, while ensuring TikTok stays accessible." I come back to national security in a moment. Think about it. It's not just about TikTok. It's about access to unfiltered information, something the pro-Israel lobby absolutely wants to prevent at all costs. Now here's where it gets even more interesting. Trump recently reposted a video featuring renowned economist Jeffrey Sachs on his platform Truth Social. If you're interested, I interviewed Jeffrey Sachs a while back. Why? Because Jeffrey Sachs delivered a burning critique of Benjamin Netanyahu. In the video, Sachs called Netanyahu a dark son of a bleep, accusing him of dragging the US into endless wars in the Middle East. Sachs even blamed Netanyahu for the 2003 Iraq invasion and the ongoing tensions with Iran, and rightly so.
They wanted the war all.
Now remember, Trump he put this on his Truth Social. He retweeted it. The same video.
the time. They had to figure out how to sell the war to the American people, how to scare the shit out of the American people. It was a phony war. Where did that war come from? You know what? It's quite surprising. That war came from Netanyahu, actually. You know that? It's weird. And the way it is that Netanyahu had, from 1995 onward, the theory that the only way we're going to get rid of Hamas and Hezbollah is by toppling the governments that support them. That's Iraq, Syria, and Iran. And the guy's nothing if not obsessive. And he's still trying to get us to fight Iran this day, this week. He's a deep, dark son of a bitch, sorry to tell you, because he's gotten us into endless wars, and because of the power of all of this in the U.S. politics, he's gotten his way.
These remarks, made during a talk at the Cambridge Union, outlined how Netanyahu's strategies have consistently led to unnecessary US military involvement. Sachs pointed out that Netanyahu's obsession with eliminating groups like Hamas, which he actually funded, and Hezbollah, has resulted in a misguided and destructive US foreign policy. Trump's decision to share this video is telling. It highlights his, how shall we call it, complex relationship with Netanyahu, marked by both collaboration and tension. It could also just be a message telling Netanyahu that he will not accept any of those stunts that he pulled against the Obama administration. The timing of this repost, just before Trump's inauguration, suggests an alignment with Zuck's critical views on US-Israeli relations. Some analysts even signal a shift in Trump's approach to foreign policy regarding Israel and its regional conflicts. Now let's have a look at the bigger picture here. The move to ban TikTok wasn't about data security or China. That's a smokescreen. This was part of a broader campaign to silence voices critical of Israel. TikTok was one of the very few platforms where pro-Palestinian voices could be heard loud and clear. In fact, during Israel's latest onslaught on Gaza, the top trending hashtags in the US were overwhelming pro-Palestinian. And that terrifies Zionist establishment. Ever heard about Jonathan Greenblatt? He's the head of the Anti-Defamation League and he played a critical role here. He referred to TikTok as Al Jazeera on steroids.
But we need to talk about TikTok. TikTok, if you will, it is the 24/7 news channel of so many of our young people, and it's like Al Jazeera on steroids, amplifying and intensifying the anti-Semitism and the anti-Zionism with no repercussion.
A leaked recording from November 2023 reveals him calling TikTok a problem that needed to be taken care of.
We have a major generational problem. The issue in the United States of support for Israel is not left and right. It is young and old. And so we really have a TikTok problem, a Gen Z problem, that our community needs to put the same brains that gave us Tag Lee, the same brains that gave us all these other amazing innovations, need to put our energy toward this, like fast.
Let what you just heard truly sink in. For Greenblatt and his cohorts, platforms like TikTok that allow unfiltered, uncensored content are more dangerous than actual weapons. And what happened next? Greenblatt, leveraging his extensive network of Zionist allies in Congress, gets bipartisan support to push through the TikTok ban. Let's be very clear here. These are politicians on Israel's payroll, and they acted like obedient lapdogs. They didn't care about the millions of Americans whose livelihood meanwhile depends on TikTok. They cared about silencing dissent. They cared about a foreign nation over and beyond their own citizens. But why is TikTok such a thorn in their side? Unlike Facebook, Instagram and X, formerly Twitter, TikTok refused to play by Israeli rules. It didn't suppress pro-Palestinian content, and it didn't manipulate the algorithms to favor the Israeli narrative. And this reflected in the platform's engagement metrics. TikTok became a lifeline for pro-Palestinian voices, amplifying the stories to millions around the world. Now contrast this with platforms like Facebook and Instagram owned by Mark Zuckerberg. Both have a documented history of censoring content critical of Israel and of cooperation with security and intelligence services. Jordana Cutler, a former Netanyahu advisor, who now works at Facebook and who has worked herself up to become Meta's censorship queen, openly brags about her role in removing content that criticizes Israel. She's even worked on policies to suppress what she calls harmful stereotypes about Jews. But let's call it what it is. It's an attempt to shield Israel from any accountability.
One of the privileges I have in my role, which I created very uniquely, I don't think there's another person in a tech company with the title Jewish Diaspora. I'm very happy for some competition if anyone else wants to try. But one of the privileges I get in that job is to really sit with Jewish communities around the world and think about how can I empower what they're saying on a local level and figure out how we can on a global platform find answers to that. And some of that is definitely working on those content issues that you mentioned earlier about removing content that is hate speech or targeting Jews or things that make Jewish people feel unsafe. And we spend a lot of time working with partners.
Things that make Jews feel unsafe. while they're over there fucking giggling, dressing up in people's stuff, and shooting kids with sniper rifles. Yeah.
Around the world to make sure we're getting it right, whether having things like Holocaust denial and distortion not allowed on our platforms, having a very nuanced policy on not allowing even harmful stereotypes of saying Jews run the world called out as hate speech, always looking at code words like you mentioned earlier and making sure to update our policy. So we spend a lot of time on that.
And then of course there's X, formerly Twitter, run by Elon Musk. Under his watch, anti-Israel accounts have been banned or shadow banned, and their reach severely restricted. The Twitter channel of yours truly, SaltCube Analytics, is a shining example of this particular malpractice. But even high-profile users have lost their blue badges simply for criticizing Israel. The badge isn't just a symbol. It's a tool for algorithmic visibility. Without it, posts get buried. TikTok stood out because it didn't cave. But that defiance came at a cost. When TikTok refused to hand over control of its US operations to Zionist interests, the campaign to ban it intensified. Greenblatt even bragged about his victory to Israeli members of parliament, calling it a bigger achievement than Israel's territorial conquests. Again, you have to let this sink in.
We must, you must, take this deadly seriously. Pushing extremists off Wikipedia might not seem equal to the challenge of pushing Hezbollah north of the Litani River. Capturing TikTok might seem less meaningful than holding on to Mount Hermon.
Mount Hermon's where the fallen angels fell. So yeah, they are all demonic.
Libelous tweets certainly might seem less deadly than missiles from Yemen. But this is urgent because the next war will be decided based on how Israel and its allies perform online as much as offline.
But here's the twist. This plan seems to have backfired. The ban would have left millions of Americans jobless and enraged influencers who rely on TikTok for their livelihood. Don't enrage influencers. This forced some politicians like Chuck Schumer to reconsider. Schumer, a staunch supporter of Israel, found himself in a bind. He suddenly started advocating for a delay, trying to find a workable solution that wouldn't alienate his voters.
We aren't against TikTok. We want TikTok to keep going. But we are against a Chinese company that is in cahoots with the Chinese Communist Party owning TikTok. Unfortunately, TikTok as it exists today has too many security risks that cannot be ignored. The law passed last year was intended to sever TikTok from the influence of the CCP while keeping the app available for Americans. It's clear that more time is needed to find an American buyer and not disrupt the lives and livelihoods of millions of Americans, of so many influencers who have built up a good network of followers. That's why last night, Senate Democrats tried to pass a bill that will extend the deadline to give everyone more time to come up with a workable solution. But Senate Republicans blocked our bill, which is stunning because time is running short. I have made my views clear to the current administration, and I will work with the Trump administration and with both parties to keep TikTok alive while protecting our national security. We can all agree that we must protect Americans' privacy from the prying eyes of the Chinese Communist Party. But we also should agree it must be done in the right way, without risking content creators' livelihoods by rushing this process in a premature way. TikTok should survive, but under new ownership.
Ultimately, and at least for now, Trump's intervention seemingly reversed the ban. In doing so, he dealt a significant blow to the Zionist agenda. TikTok's statement after the reversal said it all. Thanks to President Trump's efforts, TikTok is back in the US. It's a win not just for TikTok, but for freedom of speech and access to unfiltered information. But let's not celebrate too soon. The pro-Israel lobby isn't going to stop here. They've already deeply infiltrated other platforms and institutions. And nobody is safe. The media, academia, and even governments are not immune. They've already shown that they go to any length to control the narrative, whether it's banning platforms, censoring content, or silencing dissent with absolutely ruthless and dubious methods. So what's the lesson here? The fight isn't just about TikTok or any other single platform. It's about the larger battle for truth, transparency and accountability. Israel and its allies have long relied on controlling the narrative to justify their actions. But platforms like TikTok show us that the truth has a way of breaking through, even when the odds are stacked against it. Keep in mind, it's mostly not the lies that we detect, it's when the truth is leaking through that we see what's really going on. So all of us, let's stay vigilant. Support independent journalism. Amplify marginalized voices. Most importantly, don't let those who seek to control the narrative win. And if you really want to do something concrete, join me on Substack. It's there that I share the actual analysis of contentious topics that platforms like X, Facebook and even YouTube don't want you to see. The link is in the description below. Thanks.
So remember that TikTok LLC? What if it was Space Force that created TikTok? I mean, it's cute because, I mean, you look at it, it's like it's a music note. It's like, but who likes music? Look at the symbol. It's a DT, upside down Q. I mean, you got to catch them somehow, right? I mean, they're willing, like, there's all these people on TikTok that are making money and everything. Like, that's how they make their living. And then the Jews are just going to take it away because they don't want all their crimes out there. But instead of, like, telling their moral their militants to not do war crimes, don't record them, don't put them online. It's like, that's not a moral thing to do. But we gotta go back to these pardons. So if they turn around and they're like, okay, you gotta come in, testify. So they testify, spill the beans. But there's just that thing that signatures are important, right? We looked at the signatures so far on all the pardons. They're all wrong. So who signed them? There's even people, remember Mike Johnson came out and said, no way that, because why are they freaking out when I want to talk to the president? It's like, you're the Speaker of the House. You should be able to talk to the president whenever you want. It's official business. You shouldn't have to have people around or anything like that. But they're that afraid because they're the ones pulling the strings. They're dickheads. But they admit their guilt, right? Why not? Remember, they're Jews. They're arrogant. Yeah, we did that. No shit. Well, it just so happens that all these pardons are invalid. I mean, you don't think they're going to release all these fucking psychopaths out there and fucking attack us and shit? No, hell no. No. But that's what they were going to do. Real nice, real nice. So I do have this one. It's oh. It's, mm, go hunting, shall we? So, Chris Murphy, Senator. I think it's Massachusetts or Connecticut. I think it's Connecticut. Wow. Yeah, it is Connecticut. Wonder why Connecticut's so afraid. I mean, the brief's guy in the House, he's the one that introduced the CARES Act way early. But yeah, So let me know if you could smell anything, some panic.
Mr. President, I'm on the floor today to talk to my colleagues about something that is happening right in front of our eyes. It's a set of events that aren't random. They're connected to one another that threaten to destroy this country that we love. Everybody can see it, but for some reason, maybe the exhaustion of the aftermath of a brutal election, maybe the distraction of the Christmas season, maybe just an instinct to flee instead of fight, there are far too many people that are denying to themselves what they are seeing. What is happening right now is that Donald Trump and his billionaire advisors are unfolding for the country in real time a plan to transition this country from a democracy to a restrictive oligarchy, where political opposition is silenced, where the media isn't free, and where government just exists to enrich a small cabal of elites that surround the man in charge. I know a lot of my colleagues do see how these dots exist and how they connect. And I know in your gut, a lot of you see the specter of the disaster that is coming. But if you don't, I want to spend just a few minutes laying it out. And to make things simple, I'm just going to focus on 3 events that happened in the last 7 days. The recommendation by House Republicans that Trump critic Liz Cheney be subject to criminal prosecution, the lawsuit filed by Trump against an Iowa pollster and an Iowa newspaper, and the decision by ABC to pay Trump $15 million to get rid of a bogus lawsuit. First, the recommendation from House Republicans that Liz Cheney be prosecuted. Liz Cheney was a member of the January 6th Commission that tried to find some accountability for the assault on this Capitol that resulted in people dying, that resulted in an officer with blood running down his face, running into this chamber to rescue us before the violent rioters got a hold of us. Donald Trump did not like that narrative, that he had something to do with, that he inspired the January 6th riot. He doesn't even like the narrative that January 6th was a riot. His events are opened by the January 6th choir in commemoration of the events of that day. What happened this week is that Donald Trump made good on his promise. He said during the campaign that he was going to use the military, law enforcement, the National Guard to deal with the enemy within. And when asked who the enemy within was, he said Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Democrats. Now, people laughed it off during the campaign because that doesn't happen in America. We don't use law enforcement to lock up your political opposition. But that's exactly what's being recommended when it comes to Liz Cheney. Liz Cheney did nothing criminal. There's not even a whiff of a criminal allegation. She was just in charge of a commission that Donald Trump opposed. But House Republicans, taking orders from Donald Trump, just recommended that the next administration, the next Department of Justice, criminally prosecute Liz Cheney. And by the way, Liz Cheney won't be the last. There will be other political opponents of Donald Trump who were referred for prosecution. Now, that would be laughable today under an FBI and a Department of Justice that doesn't lock up people for political reasons. But Donald Trump is changing the guard at the FBI. He's putting in someone loyal to him as the next Attorney General. The person he's going to put in at the FBI wrote a book about how important it was to eliminate from government anybody that doesn't line up with the political priorities of the president. He has said that the people who ran fair elections in 2020 should go to jail. Because if you didn't run an election that resulted in Donald Trump being elected, then you did something wrong. This week, the House recommended Liz Cheney for criminal prosecution. Donald Trump cheered that recommendation, and we are getting ready to vote on an Attorney General and a Director of the FBI who have made clear they are ready to eagerly prosecute Trump's political opponents. This is really important to talk about because this is one of the key ways that democracies fall all around the world. It frankly doesn't take hundreds of political prosecutions. It only takes a handful before ordinary average Americans just decide that they would be better off staying quiet instead of facing potential harassment or intimidation or a jail sentence for speaking out the way that Liz Cheney did. The second thing that happened in this last week was that Donald Trump filed a lawsuit against a pollster in Iowa. The grounds of the lawsuit are simple. He didn't like the results of the poll. The poll said the Iowa race was close. The poll ended up being wrong. But he is suing the pollster and the newspaper because he was upset that that poll helped galvanize opposition to him. That poll, which suggested that race was close, got a lot of people to donate to his political opponent, gave people in Iowa some hope that maybe a Democrat could win. That's not allowed in Donald Trump's world. It's not allowed in Donald Trump's world for anything to be in service of his political opposition. So he's filing a lawsuit that has no chance of succeeding because he wants to try to intimidate journalists and the press into submission. Whether we like it or not, it just is true that maybe in the future, a pollster who has a poll in front of them that shows a race closing, shows a race that's favorable to Democrats, won't publicize that poll out of fear of a lawsuit. And connected to that lawsuit is the third thing I want to talk about. The decision by ABC to pay Donald Trump $15 million to settle a bogus lawsuit, a bogus defamation lawsuit that would have never succeeded in court. But ABC, for whatever reason, decided it would be better for them to just pay Donald Trump to make it go away. And you are seeing repeated decisions by people in the media to just go along with Donald Trump rather than risk his ire, rather than potentially put their profits at risk if Donald Trump and his regulatory agencies turn against them. You saw Jeff Bezos tell his newspapers not to endorse Kamala Harris. You have seen an effort by Comcast to divest itself from MSNBC. You've seen ABC pay off Donald Trump $15 million. Over and over and over again, you see members of the press starting to decide it's just better not to fight him. These three things taken together show you the playbook. Threaten political opposition with jail, throw a few of them into jail to show you're serious, sue and intimidate and harass anybody that does anything that is helpful to your political opposition, and intimidate and harass the media in the hopes that they will just go away and stop criticizing you. I don't think it's a coincidence that during this period of media harassment by Donald Trump, when Liz Cheney was referred for criminal prosecution, all of the headlines played it totally straight. None of the headlines suggested that the criminal prosecution was bogus, was built on lies, was built on no understanding of the law. The headlines just said, Liz Cheney referred for criminal prosecution. I think it's really important that we lay out what's happening here because this is how a democracy vanishes. But I think it's also equally important to talk about why Donald Trump and Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy and all of his billionaire friends are engaged in this very coordinated early attack, even before he's sworn in, to try to intimidate his political opposition and bully the press. And the reason they are doing this, the reason that they are trying to suppress dissent, is because they are preparing to steal from us. Donald Trump and his billionaire buddies want to be in charge of government so that they can make themselves more wealthy at our expense. They want government contracts. They want to privatize government programs. They want to get bigger regulatory breaks. They want lower taxes. Donald Trump and his billionaire cronies want government to serve them. But they know the only way they get away with that is if no one holds them accountable. So in order to steal from us, they have to silence political opposition, intimidate activists into submission, and try to get the press to fold. If they do that, then they can get away with using government as a mechanism to enrich themselves. And if you want further proof of their agenda, look what's happening right now today as we speak. Republicans and Democrats had a deal to keep the government open and operating, to fund much-needed disaster assistance, and it was killed yesterday by the two billionaires closest to Donald Trump. And when asked as to what their alternative was, they said, raise the debt ceiling. Donald Trump said, raise the debt ceiling. You'll have my support for a continuing resolution if you raise the debt ceiling. Why do they want to raise the debt ceiling? It's easy. They want to pass a huge tax cut for the billionaires in charge of Donald Trump's government. That's their agenda. Big, big tax cut for billionaires and corporations. But the only way you can do that is if the debt ceiling is raised. The only way you can get away with that is if you can borrow more money on the backs of ordinary, average, everyday people in order to pay for that tax cut. So we're seeing the agenda of the Trump administration before they're even sworn in front of our eyes. Rig the rules in order to make the billionaires richer and telegraph that as your #1 priority to Congress. Listen, there aren't just democracies and dictatorships in the world. There are dozens of countries that occupy a gray zone in between those poles. Countries where there are still elections, but the media and the political opposition are so weak because they've been beaten into submission by the regime, that the people actually have no power. There are elections, but the same group, the same man, the same family wins every time. America has been, for almost all of our history, a functioning, robust democracy where the party or individual in power changes regularly because people hold all the tools necessary to choose their leaders. But that could change in a heartbeat, so quickly, but without any one galvanizing moment, that the transition might just be missed by all of us. You could just wake up one day and find out that the rules of democracy have been so rigged that Republicans or the Trump family never ever lose again, and billionaires get to steal from all of us without any accountability. I know that that sounds hard to believe. I admit that I might be wrong about all of this. America's democracy, it is the longest existing democracy in the history of the world. It has proven to be resilient. It's filled with grit. It has survived challenges before. But like every one of us eventually disappears from this planet, so does every democracy. Every democracy has a last day. And if you look around the world, the steps that lead to the termination of a democracy, the termination, the end of self-governance, are shockingly similar from country to country. The wealthy people who control the media and the economy fold into the regime. Better to join than to fight. The citizens get scared of joining up with the opposition movement because they're fearful of harassment. Better to stay quiet than fight. If we don't speak out more loudly and more boldly about the events of the last week and the way that we are seeing a purposeful, detailed roadmap constructed by Donald Trump and his billionaire friends to transition democracy to an oligarchy, if we don't fight like hell against these nominees, especially those going to the Department of Justice that will execute this assault on democracy, then our nation very soon could easily befall the same as these other destructed democracies. The survival of our 240-year experiment is facing right now one of its most severe tests. And I just think it's time that everybody woke up to that and pulled their heads out of the sand. I yield back.
Hmm. Really? All right. We'll play this. Whoa, easy, easy. So, sometimes you gotta go forward to go back, right? You want to see why we're in this fucking shit in Ukraine? McCain, America stands with you. Ukraine will make Europe better. You can't turn Europe into the European Union, Ukraine, the European Union. It's a part of Russia. So when Trump was saying that shit, yeah, JFK didn't put his hand on because he wouldn't swear his allegiance to the corporation. So you're not gonna believe who was in Ukraine with him on December 14th, 2013. Wow. 1 year after Sandy Hook, exactly to the day. Oh, there he is. There's Chris Murphy. Yep. 2014. That's when was it 2012, was it? Or 14? 13. Remember 2014 was the powder keg went off. Started, met Ukrainian opposition leaders in Kiev on Saturday and voiced support for protesters camp out for weeks at the capital, moved sure to anger Moscow for what it sees as Western meddling in its backyard. Really? Well, we know. So now Murphy's a child trafficker, rapist, and he's a Jew. His mom's a kike, so you know how that goes, right? But yeah, it just fucking shitbags. I mean, everybody reported it. It was on CNN and everything. We have articles printed up and all this. So, yeah. Oh, he's a hero. He's a warrior. Fuck the Democrats. And this guy's a Republican. Well, not at all, but I don't think they care. It's like, as I see it, number one, when they keep on saying, oh, it's a fully functioning democracy, shut the fuck up with your democracy shit. We're not a democracy anymore. In fact, Trump should go in there and say, we're not a democracy, we're a constitutional republic. That's it. We just have to get a constitution back. Because as of November 9, 2015, Obama decided to give us over to the UN. But the funny thing about that Washington, D.C. flag, right? They're like, oh, those stars are for Vatican and London. No. Anki and Lil and Marduk. 3 stars. They love it. Fucking shitbags. He is of Irish and Polish descent. Sure. Don't lie to me. Don't do it, bud. You're not going to like it. We'll find everything on you. So, yeah, I mean, McCain was due to be joined by the chairman of the Senate's Europe Committee subcommittee, Chris Murphy, on Sunday. Oh, yeah, see? I'm proud of the people of Ukraine and their steadfast efforts for democracy, McCain told reporters. He met opposition leaders. Opposition leaders, huh? Well, if Vitaly Klitschko is opposition, then that means that he'd be on our side, right? I mean, he fought at Trump's Taj Mahal. Fought he knows him. Remember, Trump loves boxing, fighting, everything like that. Remember, you're taking the whole thing down. See, because they all wanted Yanukovych, but they didn't want him. They're just starting to. Oh yeah, they wanted Yanukovych. They wanted fuck, what's his name? Shit. It'll come to me. Yeah, look at this. That doesn't even look human right there. Not at all. None of it does. All shitbags. We are here to support the president and stability. 18-year-old Maria. I bet she's dead by now. Went through the grinder. How's that for stability? A free trade agreement with Russia, and we had nothing against that. Why should I object that Ukraine has a free trade agreement with the EU? Yeah. Because what are they trading? Those stayed overnight. They began with early morning prayers. But then Ukraine, they started, saying, well, all the Orthodox people, you guys are all shitbags, and we're just going to bring in Marina Abramovich and have her be the education secretary. It's like, yeah, this is great, awesome. I mean, just see. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get a couple. Okay, first off, I'm not going to play this video because it's 43 minutes, and we really don't even have to see it because we really don't. We just find it. So, Massachusetts governor, 1 day ago, 67 views, right? Governor Healy and Secretary Raimondo announced efforts to increase women and diversity in construction. But I don't know if anybody see that number right between the two commies' heads at 17 right there. But of course, it's the unions that are having these Democrats, and God, I'm fucking so glad I left. Fuck them. I mean, it was great when I did it, but I hated the whole politics about it. Just want to go to work and that's it. You shouldn't have to worry about doing your job and then worry about the politics. It's just garbage. But women and diversity in construction. Well, if this 1 day ago, it's 22nd. What do you mean? Joined by U.S. Secretary of Commerce Gina Raimondo. Bitch, you guys are out. I mean, fuck. I'm stupid. I mean, these people are that stupid.
Welcome, everybody.
No, not that one. That one's too long. Shit. All right. Breaking news.
Welcome back to National Report. We continue to follow the breaking news of the day coming from the new FCC chair, a Republican, Brendan Carr. We're learning that President Trump's complaints against unfair airtime on NBC, ABC, and CBS News can now proceed.
And that means that these can be adjudicated if they do find some wrongdoing here. So let's get out to Alana Austin, who is going to be following this for us here today. Alana, what was your takeaway from this here?
Hi, good morning. A new sheriff is in town. I believe that you said that just a few minutes ago. Certainly we heard over the elections that there were concerns from voters about fairness and integrity to the system, about the media coverage, and we have learned through a source familiar that the new FCC chair, he has reversed the decision by the outgoing Democratic chair of the FCC to dismiss complaints against several television networks. So Brendan Carr is now officially in charge of the FCC. He's reversing that 11th hour dismissal of presidential election complaints filed against ABC, NBC, and CBS, but not one against Fox. So that one is dropped. The CBS complaint involved the heavily edited 60 Minutes interview with then Vice President Kamala Harris, as well as demands to see the transcript. Now, critics said these edits were deceptive and resulted in the Democratic presidential candidate seeing a more flattering response on the U.S.-Israeli relationship. The ABC case in question involved the network's handling of the presidential debate and allegations that it was unfairly one-sided. The NBC complaint involved equal time rules, as those regulations might have been applied to Harris's appearance on Saturday Night Live. The complaints against ABC, CBS, and NBC still can be adjudicated on their merits, and they will be live again with the FCC. Now, a source familiar tells Newsmax that Chairman Brendan Carr will put the ABC, NBC, and CBS cases back into pending or active status. The source also says the former Democratic FCC chairwoman Jessica Rosenworcel could have prevented the FCC from reversing course here if she had acted on this issue just a few weeks earlier. That could have prevented the new chair from reaching back and overturning the dismissals. In a statement issued just last Thursday, though, Rosenworcel alleged that the complaints were attempts to weaponize the government over its licensing powers. Now, the complaint against Fox was over 2020 presidential election results that will not be brought back at this time. Now, we reached out recently to representatives at CBS, ABC, and NBC, but we have not yet heard back at this hour. We will update you as soon as we receive a reaction from any of those three networks.
All right, Alana Austin, live for us from the Capitol with those details. Alana, thank you very much. We'll be watching to see what this means for fairness when it comes to these networks covering the Trump administration. Just think, they have an opportunity to write this course when it comes to how you cover the President Trump and his executive orders and why he's making the decisions he is.
Brendan Carr has said they have to live up to their public interest and obligation to providing fair coverage, and this might be the first step in that, and a warning shot to the legacy media. We talk about it all the time: CBS, ABC, NBC. These are ones that have a big platform, a big audience. And Trump has argued this since 2016 that they've been unfairly covering him. We'll wait to see how these cases play out and how they're adjudicated.
All right, let's see this. Which one is it? So, let's see. Give me 1 second. Let me get this ready. All right. Now, it'll probably show a blank screen, but these are the recordings. Remember, we were doing them at night and everything. So I've got, I think 4 of them. So, but it was from last night, and all 4 of them from last night. So, like I said, I haven't listened to all of them, but this one is 3:53. So, like I said, it'll be a dark screen. It'll probably be a dark screen, but you can still hear. No. That was Trump and JFK standing next to one another. Okay, so we're watching Gutfeld from 1:21:25, and like 8 minutes in, they mentioned these Time Life articles. It's you should sit down, write stuff, because liberals all fucking crying. But then they came up with this thing. It said, do some forest bathing. Now, here's a question I have. Was that a comm? Because isn't it funny that all these fires are starting And then you talk about Israel with the whole, where there's mowing the lawn when they're executing Palestinians and all this shit. The same thing, like, Daddy's Home, when they had those pagers exploding when people would, when the guys would go home. So it did the most damage to their kids and their wife and all that. And BB's laughing about it. Lithium batteries. These are lithium batteries is pretty much as bombs now. It's fucking disgusting. Damn. Just. So, back to this forest bathing, right? You know, they're having their revolutionaries set all these fires. Forest bathing, cutting the lawn, Daddy's Home. It's all code words for these sick, psychotic fucking communists. That's all it is. Everybody, all these Democrats are all communist activists. That's all they are. To usher in a new communism. They teach it at the universities. Now it's in Congress. It's in the Senate. We've been infiltrated like no other. And the Jews run the media. It's the Democratic Party. You get rid of the Democratic Party, you get rid of all those filthy Jews. Because they're the ones that are fucking evil ones on the Democratic side. Republicans, the one Trump knows which ones are good and all that. They know which ones are good. I mean, there's going to be some that are good, but these motherfuckers know. But the thing is that, once Israel's gone, think about it. Look at everybody in RFK Jr. When they release and that's the thing with fucking Israel and CIA, they're running so much cover because now with John Ratcliffe, they're wanting to push off his confirmation because he'd go to the CIA. Well, then what are they doing with the CIA? What are they destroying? What are they afraid of? All this stuff, Pete Hegseth and shit like that's garbage. It's all trash. But, we want to work across the aisle. Fuck you, you do. I think we see, your idea from that. It's all lies. They just all need to be just fucking taken out back and fucking just dropped down on their knees and shot. Because we don't need them to have a trial. We saw their crimes real time. You could shoot them and then list their crimes. Or list their crimes and then shoot them. Either way, they don't need to be here. That's it. Because even locking them down in a hole or something like that, somebody's going to figure out something to get them out or something like that. Unless you just dump them off at like one of these CIA black sites. Let them get tortured. Hopefully that's what they've been doing this entire time down in Gitmo and all that. But I think these next couple of days will be fun. All right, now this one is 542. And it just, I don't know if it's rambling on or anything like that, but yeah, it's going to get real interesting, let's just say. Sorry. Ooh. Okay, so, D. So.
Yeah.
Remember how Israel was bragging about, we're 100% vaccinated here. We're 100% vaccinated here, right?
Oh.
Okay, the reason why it sounds like she's distant is because I have her on speakerphone. I might have better record this, because every time her and I are having late night conversations, you gotta record it, because you never know what's going to come out.
Yeah.
What if there was something in that vaccine, like some nanotech, right? Because they're always using it on us. And they have it. They all have it. And they could just flick a switch and they'll all drop dead. Boom.
Oh my God.
Because if the Jews have to take it, they're going to take their special one. Their kosher one.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So maybe my wish about them spontaneously combusting could actually happen.
Yep, it could. Because the thing is that poof, they're gone. Because when you read that, they said that they were using their alien technology against us, so they decided to turn the tables. That's the whole art of war. Sun Tzu. Because we have that document too. It's literally right here. It says, fucking, where the fuck is it? This shit got so deep today, I'm like, I just couldn't believe it. Right here. Sun Tzu, Art of War, 544 Beast. It's transcribed. I'm like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, I can't believe this shit.
Oh my god.
There's like 110 views or 150 views. That's it. They literally laid their fucking playbook out there.
Man.
And they're using the Jew language against them and shit. It's awesome. Yep. Hell yeah. They have every Sun Tzu statement. Sun Tzu statement 1. When able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our forces, we must seem inactive. Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. Ha!
Yes.
Arrogant?
Oh.
Arrogance? It says Space Warfare Strategy 6. Like, I mean, first one has... Oh, wait. Whoa, hold tight. Oh my god.
What?
I think I found the Pain 23. Space Warfare Strategy number 23, right? Fake the deaths of various satellites with covert reserve space weapons missions over a period of months and years before the surprise attacks. Good fucking sweet Jesus.
Yeah.
Because that's satellites. That's us. We're vehicles.
Yes.
They're just using the fucking Jew lingo. They're just... Holy shit! They're all here!
That's it. That's it.
Because...
Oh my god.
Princess Diana, Kalumi, Kennedy. It's like, what the fuck? And I just opened this up. Wow. Holy shit, Dina. Man. Fucking coming in early every time, guys. Woo! Fucking awesome, ain't it? But that's the thing. I mean, it's not, but it's not me. I mean, it's just, I mean, it's all just, it's God. It's all the divine, all the light and everything. It's just like, you know, as long as you just keep at it. Yeah, because it's like, you know, for some reason, I look at it and I'm just like, this is awesome. It's like, you know, it's almost like, I don't even know how to describe it. That's why sometimes I can't even shut my mind off.
Yeah. Well,
And I'm just like, fuck, I'm like, especially now, I'm just like, what the fuck? But I'm like, I'm smoking some dope. I'm going to fucking bed. I need this with a fresh, and now with this one, fuck, that's going to be a nice fucking nugget to drop. But yeah, guys,
yeah.
Sun Tzu, Art of War, fucking applicability of space warfare. Guys, Silent War. Psionics. Psyops. Duh. You know, and then I'll bring up that, you know, that video. And it's like, see? All of them.
Man.
Don't come at me like I'm the fucking bad guy right there. Look, Elon fucking right there. Because he did that just to see if they were going to fucking say something. Remember, he's African American, plus he's rich as fuck. And it's like, yeah, come at me, Greenblatt. You know, ADL and shit like that. It's like, egg it on. But it's the Roman salute. You touch your heart and you go out like this. That's what they all do. When they go like this, like Sieg Heil, the Sieg is they're touching their heart. Heil is they're fucking sending their love. And he's got his hand up and he's receiving the love and he's giving it back. It's an energy exchange.
Well, and he even said after that, he goes, from my heart to you. He specifically said that after he did it.
Nuts.
So he did you know,
All right, this one's 26 minutes long. No idea. I'm just. It was last night. Well, it's actually this morning. It was like, I don't know, like 1:30 in the morning. So, but yeah, this one is. So, let's see, and this. Oh, and I want to knock this one out way too real quick. Oh, who's oh, there's actually a couple of them. This one, I'm like, from everything we've learned today, Josh Shapiro announces pasta manufacturer will open facility in Pennsylvania. I'm like, bad time, Bob. Very bad time. Shit. By all accounts, you ain't even got fucking time to make some Chef Boyardee ravioli. Fuck, hit that button. Let's see. Oh, I do want to share this picture though. But she can't get mad at me. But this is her first picture with Matthew. I absolutely love it. Getting it done. Getting it done, mama. Getting it done. It's fucking so awesome. Oh, and so isn't it funny that the 28th there's another intelligence briefing at 2:30 p.m. Hmm. It's gonna be like it's gonna be like a fire hose. It's got to. Oh, and this whole Hamas thing. Palestinians are dark complected, right? I don't know any white Palestinians. Do you? But number one, this picture. So let me get this straight. You're going to tell us that you have all these Hamas people in one area. You've actually used a drone to fucking take out a kid. But all of them in one area. And yet, remember, they don't have any food, no water, no gas, no nothing. So how in the hell did all those little dirt monkeys climb up there all on the walls and everything like that all around? And look, their clothes are all clean. I guess Hamas must have a dry cleaner. But that's white. This is them. Fucking dirty. We have a video on it too, because it was the Red Cross. They're like, oh, the Red Cross is coming to do the thing. It's like, hold on a second. There's only like 3 Red Cross vehicles. There was supposed to be like 90 let go, but we didn't see that exchange. All we saw was them come and pick up the girls and then leave. Get a gift bag. The gift bag that was icing on the cake right there. That was beautiful. I mean, you gotta be out of your damn mind. Fucking man. Fucking shit bags. Oh God. If there isn't a badder motherfucker on the planet next to Trump, it's Tom Homan. Bunch of politicians about to become felons. It's going to be glorious to watch all the anti-American garbage get arrested. Title 8 USC Code 1324. It is a felony to harbor illegal aliens. Just because your fucking Jubilee wants to change. Oh, it's no. No. Not undocumented migrants. No. You don't send millions of people here. Especially I think I know which way Trump's going to go with this. He is going to fight. He's going to press charges against the UN, the Hebrew Immigrant Aid, the Catholic Church, because this is a crime against humanity. It's forced displacement. These people didn't ask to go in America. They were coerced with money, money, money. You don't get that many people piling into a country and saying, oh, yeah. And then they're all still piling in. God. These motherfuckers. So. The Israeli guards used to violate us, beat us, fire tear gas towards us. There's no food, no sweets, no salt. There's nothing. But then again, those three bitches come walking out like, oh, hey. It's like, but that's why we needed Elon to go to Auschwitz. Everybody's like, oh, he's fucking bullying the Jew. Pfft. No. If there's anybody you want there to just like look and do the math in his head, he's like, it's impossible. Go right to Trump and say, what do you think? He's like, there's no way. Nope. So he's like, all right. Because, yeah. Sir. I mean, damn, this is good. Oh, and, want to give a huge shout out to good old Whitney Webb, because she put out a message, and problem is that okay, it says, to be fair, Trump also left the WHO in mid-2020 and then just redirected what was once WHO funding to the Gates-funded Gavi Vaccine Alliance. While leaving the WHO as positive is not the slam dunk some are advertising, especially considering Gates' recent comments on Trump's enthusiasm for his vaccine innovation proposals. I get called a lot of names for pointing things out, but remembering what happened last time is important and often instructive about the present, especially when few people in the media are inclined to point these kind of things out. Well, Chicky, vaccine innovation proposal. Gates' VIPs, the good club. Ooh, that's fucking Bloomberg. Also, mega. MAGA beats mega. That's that secret Jew group of billionaires. You can't say that because that's anti-Semitic. They're not Semitic. I hate these fucking people. Not even people. Spitting on kids and women. Calling it blessed rain. Oh, you're about to have some blessed rain coming in real quick. Fucking jagoffs. But I'm going to play this video because give that one audio break real quick. Put into so they get called out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nothing excites me more than the thought of President Trump initiating the largest deportation operation in American history. I'd like to remind the committee that the purpose of our immigration system is for the benefit of American citizens, not foreigners or anybody else. For the past 4 years, Democrats have facilitated the invasion of over 10 million illegal aliens into our country. Open borders grow the welfare state, they depress American wages, strain our education and healthcare system, price our working class out of owning a home, and flood our communities with violence and drugs. Mr. Beer, and as well as my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, you're intellectualizing about illegal alien crime notwithstanding. I'd like to remind you that the correct number of American citizens murdered or raped by illegal aliens is 0. Americans have learned firsthand that importing the third world will turn America into the third world. So in light of the chaos of the past 4 years, the question that has come up earlier is, why are our Democrat colleagues so determined to flood our country with millions of illegal aliens? And I'd like to suggest that perhaps it's because they benefit from it politically. Remember that every state is apportioned congressional seats based on population, not based on citizenship. Counting non-citizens in congressional apportionment has resulted in more seats for blue states and fewer congressional seats for red states. For instance, excluding non-citizens, California, would have an estimated 3 fewer congressional seats, and Ohio, Pennsylvania, and West Virginia, traditionally red states, would each have an estimated 1 additional seat. Right now, in a political environment where Republicans have a 2-seat majority in the House of Representatives, the presence of millions of illegal aliens in America could quite literally change the balance of power in our country. But the problem doesn't stop at congressional apportionment. The ultimate goal of mass illegal immigration is mass amnesty and citizenship for illegal aliens, which of course means ultimately allowing them to vote. And that's not a conspiracy theory either. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer himself said it just 2 years ago, and I'm quoting him, "Our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million, or however many undocumented there are here." That is their words, not mine. And it appears that for the past 4 years, providing a path to citizenship for illegal aliens is precisely what the Biden administration has been doing. Ms. Vaughn, thanks for being here. Can you explain how through various programs the Biden administration, either via lax enforcement or through facilitating abuse, has provided a path to citizenship for illegal aliens?
Well, the main way that has occurred, or at least the most significant, are these programs that allow people who have made it into the country to obtain a status and a work permit, some of which do put them on the path to getting a green card. For example, there's the OPT program, which allows either foreign nationals who've attended U.S. schools or who've enrolled in one of these bogus strip mall schools that enables them to get a work permit through the OPT program. That is meant to be, for many of them, a bridge to another more permanent guest worker program such as H-1B, because once they get the H-1B, then they can continue to extend that. There are also programs like the U and the T visas, which start with a work permit and eventually, once they're adjudicated without much review, allow them to receive a green card, which is a path to citizenship. There are others, including temporary protected status, which are like a de facto permanent status at this point because they're never rescinded. This is, and these are not small. We're talking about probably about 2 million people who are in these kind of quasi-legal programs that get to stay here and be considered constituents.
So 2 million people who have a path to citizenship right now. This isn't a theoretical or a hypothetical problem. This is happening right now. The political party that has nothing to offer voters but inflation, censorship, and transgenderism is weaponizing mass illegal immigration to their own political benefit. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
Did you know that if you're over
So now when we look at this, right? So if they have to go in, like, because who's bringing them in? Who made the app? And then why was it that they were like, oh, they had to stop all these flights from coming in? It's like, oh, flights coming in, huh? So it was like, oh, traffic's down at the border. Is it? Oh, Jesus. Nitro, come here. You guys want to meet Nitro? He's awesome. Come here. This is Nitro. Say hi, Nitro. He's one little one, so. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna let him out real quick. So, I mean, they're going to nail all of them on all this whole invasion, everything. The whole Democratic Party's done. We're not a democracy. Just do away with the whole party system. We'll just start over fresh. Bring out the Earth Plan. Good to go. We went over that a long time ago. So, this one and this one, very interesting. It's by Steve Crowder and
gay, lesbian, and transgender children in
mentally ill mothers,
Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives.
Why?
And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants.
Notice how it's all based off slavery. It's they always say, well, who's going to build our houses? Americans. You know, they ain't doing it in California, but yeah, why not?
You're a racist. The National Cathedral and Bishop Buddy. Okay, let me be really clear here. What you're about to watch, and get out of just the political mind, is Satanism in practice.
Oh, this is great.
And you can tell me if you disagree, but let me make my case. Let me explain it, at least. You don't need to be looking for a cabal of people who are engaging in child sacrifice to find Satanism. You are seeing it on display right in front of you. This is a woman in a position of authority, which she frankly doesn't have the right to be, according to Scripture. Hey, you may not like that. Just calling balls and strikes here. Changing the word of God to chastise a sitting president and warping it to push an agenda of evil. That's Satanism. That's enough. It's happening in plain view. This is the issue sometimes where people go through things that necessarily they can't necessarily prove, and Illuminati and this, and I hear that they're drinking. Look, that may or may not be true, but what is irrefutable is that you see people calling evil good and good evil in direct opposition to the Scripture and trying to present themselves as heroes. You use the term virtue signaling. I use the term, when it's false virtue, Satanism. Because these folks don't even know that they're doing it. So for those of you who missed it, we'll go through this. The reactions are priceless. And then we'll go through who this person is, Bishop Buddy, what the agenda is at play, and why it is verifiably wrong according to Scripture. Not just one or two verses, but across the entire texts. So here you go. Worst sermon likely in human history at the National Cathedral.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families.
Wait, pause. Holy crap. It's the guy from Poltergeist 2. You should have seen it.
Oh my God.
Just image. Wow. Right away. Right off the bat. I mean, I don't need I say more, but I will.
Yes, we will.
Let's continue with the satanic self-written verses from Bish Buddy.
There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in
mentally ill mothers,
Republican, and independent families. Some who fear for their lives.
Why?
And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants.
So you're a racist.
Who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals.
Yeah, only cheap immigrants do that.
Yeah. Thanks, Kelly Osbourne.
Citizens.
Sorry, Reverend.
Or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants
would have been
are
appropriate. She's dressed like Billy the Magician.
They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples.
I thought this was a church.
Wait, wadara? The hell is
I
that?
ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here.
Well, hey, maybe the father should have had compassion and not use the children as semen anchors for citizenship. How about that? Let's just be really blunt about this. Also, before we move on, gotta love J.D. Vance's face. Look, it's like, this bitch. No.
I appreciate that, by the way. That's the reaction that somebody should have had. That somebody, if 15 people had stood up and said, what are you doing? I would have been like, I agree. I 100% agree.
Yeah.
Good reaction.
I would not have been upset if he stood up and went full Triple H. Generation X signed her in the pew.
I felt bad for him because he's trying to get like a, you know what I mean, from like his wife, from Trump, and no one's looking at him. His wife's like, I'm on camera. I'm going to look forward.
Well, because Trump sits and waits. He's like,
yeah,
I'm going to destroy her.
I don't have to do it now.
And then he went straight to Truth Social. I'll read this and then go through who this, is it Marion Buddy? I know Bish Buddy. He said,
my buddy Bish.
He said, the so-called bishop who spoke at the National Prayer Service on Tuesday morning was a radical left hardline Trump hater. By the way, fact check true. We'll get to it.
Yep.
She brought her church into the world of politics in a very ungracious way. She was nasty in tone and not compelling or smart. Oh boy. She failed to mention the large number of illegal migrants that came into our country and killed people. Many were deposited from jails and mental institutions. It is a giant crime wave that is taking place in the USA. Apart from her inappropriate statements, the service was a very boring and uninspiring one. She is not very good at her job. She and her church owe the public an apology.
It sounds like a review from...
Now remember, the Catholic Charities was funding the whole fucking invasion as well, along with the Jews, both of them.
Like churchadvisor.com.
1 star.
Yeah.
Like communion Yelp.
Yes.
Yeah.
Help! Yeah, and people are saying she's so brave. Let me ask you that genuine question. Can you comment below? What in the hell is brave about standing up there and chastising a sitting president over things that he's never done and threats of actions that will never happen? Hey, are you aware that this is the first president ever, who when he was inaugurated, his first term was pro-gay marriage? And I don't even agree with him. But can you acknowledge that? Can you acknowledge that? It's perpetual victimhood as currency and then gaslighting you. I'm standing up to He sat down there for a sermon. What you did was bully and sandbag. And the message you pushed was satanic. Let's go to who this broad is.
I wonder if she was gay marrying people in 2016.
Yeah.
Oh, you know she was.
Yeah, I guarantee you. Yeah, likely herself. Now, Bishopess Marion Buddy. Okay, she is a leader for 86 Episcopal congregations, 10 Episcopal schools in the D.C. area. This is also why Orthodoxy is seeing a resurgence, because the Episcopal Church is a joke. Not all Episcopalians, by the way, in Canada, I believe it's called Anglican, where I was raised. This is silly, goofy talk. Even leftists will have some disagreement over transgender children. Not amongst the Episcopal leadership, however, which is a woman. She was the first woman to be elected to this position. Bet you regret that. Now, let's look at what she supports. All references available, link in the description. Racial equity, anti-biblical. Gun violence prevention, anti-Second Amendment activism, anti-biblical. Immigration reform, by that I mean open borders, anti-biblical. And then, of course, LGBTQ+, including children, persons. Now, that one's big because me thinks she has ulterior motives.
Buddy sucks pussy!
She was in a movie. Should have seen it. Let me give you a timeline on just how radical this person is. Meaning worse than a public school teacher or TikTok nurse. And I revile them. Now, 2020. Buddy gave, of course, a full-throated endorsement to the racist domestic terrorist organization known as Black Lives Matter while condemning Donald Trump.
Why did you want to come out here and send
their message? It is a message of a call for justice.
Satanic
for
beekeeper.
Swift justice for George Floyd, for systemic justice for all brown and black people who have been under the knee of this country in ways that we have
I think 2020.
time and again. This is
A clergy collar and a vest.
And this rising up, this spontaneous uprising of people mostly half my age or younger. They're
That's
the
not
ones we should be
difficult to
listening
do.
And they're angry at the
And they're
president.
so angry.
They're
And
angry at the president. So what is your message to President Trump today?
Well, he should. I've given up speaking to President Trump. We need to replace President Trump. We need leadership that will lead us in the ways that this country deserves.
Well, look, you look like you need a job as a handler for a curious lesbian monkey.
Curious Georgette.
Upside down. Now, here's in 2020 as well, and these were posted yesterday. So sorry, that date was a little bit off, but it resurfaced. Buddy, oh yeah, here you go. Condemned, just in case you wondered if there was an agenda at play. Condemned Trump in a November homily at the National Cathedral. So this is back then.
It's actually not helpful. It's a bit embarrassing and frankly outrageous for the president to cast doubt on normal practices of democracy and the heroic efforts during a pandemic to exercise the right to vote. So we will wait and we will see the results and we will take it from there.
First off, why do you speak that way? It's like she has to stop her words because it's like, oh no, the demons are trying to get out. And again, I think there may be an undercurrent at play.
Yeah.
Hey, Henry! She's a I know!
Paul Newman saw it coming.
Ahead of his time.
2021, here's Buddy, who she hosted an event again at the National Cathedral with Anthony Fauci, where 25 clergymen got the vax.
Clergy Z's.
Yes, clergy Z's. Clergy men, women, and whatever at this point. Yeah, you can be a clergyman here in the Episcopal Church, even if you're not a man, and even if you're not a Christian. Oh, it's almost like it doesn't mean anything. 2022. After Derek Chauvin was convicted, which, by the way, we don't know how that story ends at this point in time. Buddy wrote, "The facts were never in doubt."
Yeah, they were.
You sure about that? What did not know until today was whether our criminal justice system would render justice in the case of a white officer taking the life of a black man. We thanks, this is corrected, for this glimmer of hope in the shadow of suffering. So look, hold on a second. She goes, white, Black Lives Matter, and then goes to immigrants who pick our fruits, who clean our offices. This is an unbelievably intense, completely self-unaware, racist buffoon / Satanists. Do you understand that? Like, hey, I don't know if you know this, but not all immigrants are skillless manual labor. As a matter of fact, it's almost like that's a discussion because you've said that there aren't enough Americans right now who are skilled enough to work the high-paying jobs, so we need H-1Bs to bring in the best and brightest. It's the assumption. White bad, black good, immigrants picking cabbage.
Well, so who's going to pick our crops if the slaves are gone?
Right.
Who's going to pick our crops if the immigrants are gone? It's the same argument.
Yes. It is actually supporting modern indentured servitude when you believe that people should come here without going through the process and need to be protected. You know who's thrilled about that? Giant corporations who want to take advantage of cheap labor. For proof, see our segment on H-1Bs. She then wrote this in 2022, just letting you know about the pattern here. The Buffalo shooting. For 400 years, Americans have wrestled with our original sin of racism and the false doctrine of white supremacy. No, we have not. No, we have not. Hey, if you're a Christian, how about you recognize that the deeply Christian founding fathers lived in a world where slavery was the norm. As a matter of fact, slaves were purchased from the old world where they were kidnapped and said, by the way, we're probably going to have to amend this Constitution. You can go back to Washington. You can go back to Jefferson. You can go back to Madison. They recognized this would be an issue. The United States, by the way, never has pushed the false doctrine of white supremacy.
No.
Yeah, that false doctrine said all men are created equal.
Exactly.
Sure, it didn't apply to black men at the time, but in words, it said all men are created equal.
And then one of the bloodiest wars per capita in modern history to make sure that they could be freed. The United States is not uniquely responsible for the sin of slavery. We are uniquely responsible for it ending in the modern world. Also, I don't know how much work she does right now. More slaves on earth right now than ever in recorded history. Over 40 million. You know that? A lot of them are sex slaves. A lot of them are trafficked across open borders. Want to do something about that? She went on to say, the wages of that sin have been borne by generations of enslaved African Americans, by Emmett Till, and by the way, was Me Too'd, and Medgar Evers and Dr. Martin Luther King, by the martyrs of Mother Emanuel, by Trayvon Martin. Really? I guess communion was I didn't know that you could use purple drank.
That's what you're supposed attack another man.
George Floyd and Breonna Taylor. Yes, the transubstantiation of the speedball, George Floyd. Jeez. And countless others known only to God. I don't even know what that last part means. Let's go through how silly this is, because if people want to try and play this sort of spiritual gotcha game, hey, it's not lost on me that Donald Trump probably didn't live most of his life as a Christian. I don't know where he is in his personal faith. I know what he said in his speech, his inaugural speech. I liked what I heard. I do think that God spared his life. I can, by the way, make the argument. You may not agree with me. You cannot make the argument that the position of equity, of affirmative action, of open borders, of transgender children can be supported by the word of God that you claim to believe. Also, this bishop doesn't believe it because you wouldn't equivocate between the Bible and word of God and insert every other religion here. I'm sorry, guys. If you believe all paths lead to heaven, you are not a Christian. Why? Because that's exactly what Jesus said was not possible. If you're an atheist, okay, can you comment? Do you understand? I get it. We live in a country where you don't have to agree with me. But you do have to agree with the foundational principle of the faith, which there is only one way to the Father. That's through Jesus Christ. You may not believe it.
I'm not a religious person.
We do.
But I know the text.
Yeah.
I know what it says.
Kind of what makes you a Christian.
Let's go through this. Let's go through exactly how anti-biblical. That's why I say Satanism, where she talks about equity. Let's be clear. Equity sounds good. What it means is ensuring outcomes. Equity in Western civilization has to. It requires the robbing of Peter to pay Paul. Take from you to give to this person. And in her case, you would believe that must be done because of color of skin. All right. That's how you get rid of poverty, inequity. Let me point you to Proverbs 6, 10, 11. A little sleep, a little slumber, a little folding of the hands to sleep. So shall your poverty come on you like a prowler, and your need like an armed man. Let's go to Job 34:11. For he repays man according to his work, and makes man to find a reward according to his way. Starting to notice a pattern? You get what you earn. We serve a God of order, right? God at no point does he say, you know what, it's actually selfish of you to take that which you have not earned from another man and give to someone else who has not earned. 2 Thessalonians 3:10. For even when we were with you, we commanded you this, if anyone will not work, neither shall he eat.
And I think it goes on to say, let his stomach be his guide.
Yes.
Get off your lazy duff and go do it.
Yeah.
You know what it didn't say in there? I didn't see one thing that said, and look to the government for help. Make sure that the government takes care of all your needs. No, it was like, get up, go and work, be charitable, and take care of your community. Done.
Well, they always use the quote. They say, like, well, Jesus said, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's.
That was taxes.
And unto God what is God. Yeah, but you changed it to render all your shit unto Caesar.
Yes. And by the way, do you know what's unto Caesar? Caesar wasn't helping the poor people, by the way. The Romans weren't exactly there to help anybody out. They were that's why tax collectors were reviled. They were raping the population economically. So when he said render unto Caesar's, it was like, knowing you're getting nothing in return, do what is right by this government that is installed right now.
Yeah.
That's what you should do.
The truth
Rome didn't have EBT?
It's funny, these bishops love Caesar. No. They love Caesar. They love give unto us a king. And the only Caesar I would even consider serving is the one who says pizza, pizza, and kids eat free. Now, used to be a sit-down place. I miss that about Little Caesars.
Oh, Little Caesars sucks now, dude.
Yeah,
it's so bad.
It's a bad deal.
The Second Amendment. Now, I'm not saying that every single modern political issue has a prescription in the Bible, but the spirit of it is pretty clear. If you believe that you have no right to defend yourself, well, first off, I guess you've never read the Old Testament, but let's go to Luke 22:38. So they said, Lord, look, here are 2 swords. And he said to them, it is enough. In other words, he's saying, like, yeah, you can probably do a good amount of killing and protecting with those swords. I think we're good. Jesus didn't say, what, swords? None of us should ever have swords. It's absurd. There's no biblical basis to rob people of their arms. And I know you won't listen to Jesus because you're a Satanist. So what about Gandhi saying of all the evil actions from the British Empire, robbing a nation of arms will be remembered as its blackest? I believe. Mission Control bring that up. I'm pretty close to the quote. It's either blackest or darkest. Gandhi was an AR-15 enthusiast. let's go to
And a pedophile.
LGBTQ plus children. I maintain there are no transgender children, just bad parents. I know you'll say this one should be done away with because you'll throw me something about mixed fabrics and shaving beard. Good news is I have other verses. But of course you go back to Leviticus where it says, you shall not lie with a male as with a woman. It is an abomination. I know you're going to say, well, that's old. Okay, well, let's go to Romans. 1, 26 to 27. For this reason, God gave them up to vile passions, for even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against nature. Translation, scissoring. Likewise, also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust for one another, men with men committing what is shameful and receiving in themselves the penalty of their error which was due. I know they're going to say, hey, well, that's not. Well, let's go to 1 Corinthians 6:9.
Another one.
Do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the kingdom of God? Do not be deceived. Neither fornicators, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor homosexuals, nor sodomites. They actually list homosexuals twice.
They stuck the emphasis.
Yeah, I know. And people, this is always, and Christians they find themselves flat-footed, like, oh, Leviticus. That's not the only one. Let's go to Matthew 18:6. But whoever causes one of these little ones, this is in relation to transgender children, whoever causes one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for him if a millstone were hung around his neck and he were drowned in the depths of the sea. It is about bringing harm to children. I think permanently altering their endocrine system with puberty blockers or cutting off their penis certainly qualifies, Charlie boy.
How about misrepresenting God to them?
That's a big
some
one.
scriptures about the responsibility and duty of those in leadership within the church and how it's a much heavier standard of judgment. How about going out and that's the bravery. You have to be brave. You have to have brass balls to go and represent God to the public incorrectly.
I think she does have
about
balls.
homosexuality and about transgenderism, which is exactly what she did from that pulpit.
Yeah. Well, it's easier to do when you're inspired by evil. And let me be clear. Evil. It is evil. I believe. You can comment below. If you don't agree with me that transitioning children through law is evil, then I don't believe that anything is evil enough for you. I'm not saying it's the only evil. I'm saying if you don't put a line in the sand there, and we have an entire party that doesn't, we have a party that, when given unfettered power in their state, will actually hide children from their parents if parents don't want to transition their children. So when people say, oh, it's just about taxes, no. There is a battle of good and evil in this country. And I certainly think it's on display when you're talking about chemically castrating or physically castrating children. Let's go to immigration. And I understand this idea is that, hey, we need to be compassionate. Of course, you should love and be compassionate. But that doesn't give you a prescription for immigration policy. Also, you really have to choose where you invest your energy of compassion, right? People say Jesus hung out with a sinner. Well, sure. But he invested his energy, his spiritual energy, in sinners who turned away from sin, not those who wanted to continue in sin. In other words, you always have a choice to make in where you invest your time, your money, your energy, who you help. You are not commanded to help anyone and everyone at all times, regardless of circumstance, equally, period. And certainly not as a matter of law in a country as it relates to immigration. Immigration kind of addressed directly, Acts 17:26, or borders, I should say, because this woman doesn't believe in borders, something, Jesus. This says, and he has made from one blood every nation of men to dwell on all the face of the earth, and has determined their pre-appointed times and the boundaries of their dwellings.
I also know that God likes borders. The first thing that he did when he took the people of Israel back into the promised land was lay out the borders.
Yes.
He literally said, from here to there. It's one of the most boring parts of Scripture, Sam. I know you probably love it because it gave you the homeland. But what I'm saying is it basically lays out exactly in precise detail where the borders, not only of the country, but of the tribes and where they dwelled. God understands order and borders and culture very, very much. There is nothing in Scripture that would support an open borders policy or, for sure, illegal immigration unfettered. There's nothing in Scripture.
Absolutely. God basically, he gave the Jews immediately manna and what is the equivalent of a giant grocery store checkout line stick to divide your crap from mine.
Love that stick.
Yeah,
It's a good stick.
Noodles?
I was just going to say, research did find you were correct. The Gandhi quote is
blackest,
act depriving a whole nation of arms as the blackest.
As the blackest.
Well, it's a little racist. We don't say that anymore, Gandhi.
Well, you know, it's okay. No one's perfect. He also, by the way, good diet plan. Now,
I should try it.
Is whatever food comes by? No. This is what we're dealing with here. Okay, this is what we're dealing with. And I've given you all the references, and you can go and check out the scripture because I want you to feel as though you can substantiate your own argument. There are spiritual truths that we believe to be self-evident as believers, but you need to rationalize the arguments. And the good news is God is a God of order, and so you can rationalize it and substantiate it in the physical world with pragmatic arguments. But there is a spiritual undercurrent here, and I don't lose sight of that. Let's look at Isaiah 5:20. Woe to those who call evil good and good evil, who put darkness for light and light for darkness. And let me ask you, can you find a clearer example of calling good evil and evil good than someone being called a bishop who on every position observable, at least to us, presents that which is antithetical to the God we claim to serve, while telling you that's how we serve God? You serve God by providing compassion, mercy, and free sex changes to transgender children. You serve God by having open borders and leaving our families unprotected. Also, by the way, by proxy, supporting a completely unfettered sex trade of sex slaves today, more on earth than ever in recorded history. You serve God by recognizing skin color first and taking that which is unearned by you from someone else to give to another person who hasn't earned it. There is nothing about the current progressive left that could be aligned with the God they claim to serve. And that is Satanism. So if they want to use their verses to justify theirs, and as AOC said, it's on, let me give you my favorite verse. And I hope you understand that you can't be complacent these next 4 years. Psalm 144, blessed be the Lord my rock, who trains my hands for war and my fingers for battle. Fill your hands, you closeted lesbian, Satanist son of a bitch, especially considering the fact that none of this is honest. Some people are masquerading with ulterior motives.
She's a lesbian! A lesbian! A lesbian! Son of a...
Even then.
It's truth.
Anything else I missed?
No.
Sorry. I've woke up in a mood.
Well, I understand why. I can understand why.
It's the feminization of the church.
Yes.
And by the way, not all women in the church, but hey, let me ask you this. Female Christians, do you get why women weren't in the clergy? It's because of this. It's the only an emotional response. Well, I feel like we want to help everybody. You know what? Here's the problem. When there's no logic, and we do serve a God of logic, then you end up being the dummy who thinks that we should give asylum claim to people coming from crappy countries while you wear a Che Guevara shirt.
It's like she picked up the Bible and was like, that's not going to work.
Right.
Yeah.
No, we got to change that.
Yeah, that's yeah. I don't understand why they even went to that. But people are talking about like this event will not happen potentially in the future. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to go be berated by somebody who doesn't really know what's going on, who just hates me. Right. And by the way, this person, this bishop, a buddy, is going on The View, I think, today.
Yes.
Right. So that just came out.
Oh, let's stay posted.
But yeah, we'll keep you posted if anything happens there. So going on The View, I hope somebody calls her to the carpet a little bit. I really do.
I hope she's selling a book.
Well, she hopes someone calls them to their carpet.
Oh, yeah.
Choice of words.
I have a hunch it'd be fun to munch.
I swore. I went to the guys this morning. I was like, is she a lesbian? Like,
yes.
Looks the part, you know?
Allegedly.
But she has 2 grown children.
She looks like a male country singer.
Yes.
Her middle name is Edgar. What the hell is that?
Oh. Edgar.
She does look like a male country singer. Where the blacktop ends.
By the way, more
Where the
dating Vance
blacktop-
looks like that. Anytime this happens in the future, when somebody's look, you can say there are people that are scared and they need comfort. Fine, I get that. That's great. That's always going to be true in these situations where there's change. Fine, go for that. But when this kind of stuff happens, please call it out. Don Jr., I saw you sitting 3 rows back, moving around a little more. A little more. Stand up if you need to be completely heard, because that kind of stuff needs to be called out immediately for the crap that it is.
Yeah. This is a bully pulpit. Let's be really clear.
Yes.
When the left, public school teachers, right? And this is the trend that you see, okay? We'll get to DEI. Kamala Harris was chosen by no one as far as the American public. She was chosen by the elite because something half black woman. Then she uses that pulpit to chastise Americans who never chose to be there. This woman is sitting there and chastising a sitting president, and by the way, by proxy, the world who elected that president, even though they didn't choose to be in her clutches. The children who have to sit before public school teachers with their agendas, who I think some of whom are back in person now because they were laying their lives on the line. They love to be able to use that authority to people who have no choice but to be there. That's bullying.
Yeah. And that's happening in the schools too. I saw a school in Seattle the other day was having an anti-Trump rally, like a freaking middle school or something.
Right.
Like the principal was up there and they had artwork and it had a bunch of flags on it. None of them American, by the way.
Right.
Like a gay flag, a Palestinian flag, and it had all this everybody's good except for Trump.
Yeah, exactly. Palestinian flag next to a rainbow flag. We've been through that, but it's retarded. Now, that church needs to get, and some people will be more offended at the idea of me saying retarded than understanding fundamentally that the people who wave this flag, the Palestinians, would execute every single person in this country who waves the cock flag. Hey, if you like this video, you should know that there are videos every day because they come from the full live show weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern.
All right. Well, there's that. She's out there trying, we have to replace them. So if that's going on at the Washington National Cathedral, what's happening in all these other churches? Let me ask that. So let's get back to let's see, 1 second. These guys are fucking such shitbags. Let's see. Which one is it? Shit. Oh, I got that audio too. We'll talk about that. I can let that rip because there's a lot of information in it because I couldn't write. I tried to scribble it all down because once you hear that they're all getting, Dina almost put the sweater on. She knows which one. So yeah, Sunday it might come out. I think it will. Have to. Yeah, retarded's back, fags back, everything's fake and gay. All they do is change it. The Jews are good at that. They just change the definition. It's always a working definition for them. Like I said again, it will be a dark screen, so I know you won't see me, so probably why. All right. So, here's how this is going to go down, Dina.
Okay.
I think we're ready for this. So, you've got November 5th, right?
Right.
Trump posts out all the time, right? Remember 5th November, right? V for Vendetta.
Yes.
So, V is a 22. 11/11. 11/11.
Yes.
But also remember, the 11/11 with the time between it are the Twin Towers. It's not a time. It's always been about 9/11. It's the time. If everything's done twice, you go back 2 hours. 9/11. So now, we go forward with this. So if 120 equals November 5th, because she was wearing the V for Vendetta, right? So now and 120 is November 5th, right? So 121 is November 6th. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So you got November 21st, right? Yep. So 120. So you got 21, 22. Wait a second. Okay, one. Oh, shit. Yeah. Yep. Oh, it's all about timing, Dina. This is it. Fucking nobody can say, this is it. We got it. So, 120 equals November 5th. But that's the 5th, right? So,
yeah.
If you take it to November 11th, you know, the day that Pat was born, fucking, you know, everything went off, right? The war to end all wars, right? You gotta do it twice. Get rid of all the fucking Jews. Right there, done. Space Force. That's what they've been working on. But this is even bigger because we go to post 3716, 3717, okay? There's just an issue. They're done at the same exact time, on the same exact day, at 5:03:45. You mirror the 5:03 and there's 35:45, right? One side on the other. It says, and it's 3716 is the first one, 17. 3717, 18. That would be Junior talking. Because remember, you know, QR, who is R? You killed my father and shit like this. He knew the fucking Jews did it. So, first indictment unseal, and unseal is in a kill box, but it didn't have to be unsealed. Because they just had to go back to the fucking 9/11 Commission, all the evidence that everybody's been saying, right? They got them all. Will trigger mass pop awakening. Everybody's gonna realize that Israel fucking did 9/11. Right? Now,
have it all.
Now, first arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. Well, that's easy. The first arrest will be on January 26th. That would be Monday, because that 126 also equals November 11th. So, now wait a second. It gets even better. How can we double check this, right? Because 126 is the 9, November 11th. 11. It's right there. It's all in plain sight. Now, it says, first arrest will verify action and confirm future direction. It's going to be on 129 because that fucking jagoff, that Israeli president, is coming here for the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is the 80th anniversary. The 8 is an infinity symbol. Also, you take post 1,000, right? There's an H there.
Yes,
H also equals 8. 80. Holocaust. Boom. Right? Then they said, they will fight, but you are ready. Oh. Fight away, motherfuckers. But the thing is, there's a reason why we're ready.
That's right.
Because we trusted the plan the whole time. Then we have that video, the Space Force video, right? The one with Sam Muggsy. Blew my fucking mind off. But here, the big thing is that marker, and it's in a kill box. 9, right? Done. Completion. This is it.
Right.
We remember bigger. Next week, bigger, right? Boom. What better way to do it, right? And then 126, right? 126, and then you got 127, 20, 29th, right? 129, no. I'll have to check that article again. I don't know if it's 126 or 129. That remember they sent out all those, the Marines, the military, they sent out all that thing that they're doing, that all these people got arrested, right? But the media didn't report on it. None of them did. Nobody. And they knew they were going to do that because they're all fucking Jews. They're going to hide it.
Yeah, because, damn.
They think it's fake news. But the thing is that maybe those are the ones that they just started fucking just executing, right? Because it all goes back to that whole, but how do we know? It's like, also, What was it? Oh, also, another reason. December 17th, 2019. Right? Funny. December 17th. Right? Remember, 12/7, 12/17, right? Remember, Khalid Sheikh Mohammed, that was the 10 days. 12/7 to 12/17. That was the days of darkness. And then they're like, oh, I can't believe they let all these people out of fucking Guantanamo Bay. You know, they're fucking terrorists. Whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. What do we have here, huh?
Yeah.
Because the thing is that you had to make sure that they took some kind of fucking injection because they like to go in the fucking tunnels. Because they caught him doing because they're going to arrest that fucking president from Israel on fucking genocide charges. On International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Wow. Huh.
That is great.
Then once that happens, guess what? Then people are going to be, that's going to trigger mass pop awakening. It's right there.
Yeah. I don't know what could be bigger.
Me neither. Just, oh my God. And also remember, the Senate is the key. They got sworn in way earlier than Trump did. Remember, always appear, weak when you're strong. So that's why everybody's like, oh, the Republicans are all this, that. There you go. I mean, because the thing is, and then we got the video, and it just came out yesterday. I'm like, timing is everything. I'm like, but we kept at it.
Yeah.
There wasn't any slowdown. We didn't fucking give up on it. We trusted. It's like, no, we're fucking getting this. We are not going to let fucking, it's like, there's a lot of brilliant people out there, right? But the thing is, like, but we think that was brilliant. It's like, but why can't we be brilliant too? Right? That's all it takes. Is like, it just takes a little, know, but it's like, almost like, people are chosen with certain things, and it's like, whatever it is, as long as we win, that's all I care about.
Yeah.
I could give two shits and a fuck about anything else. It's like, this is for everything. People don't understand how big this is. And why we're passionate, why we're pissed off at these fucking Jews. It's always been them. We've told everybody, we've shown everybody, and they still want to bitch and fucking complain. It's like, when are you going to fucking open up your eyes and see that we're showing you the documentation? That's from them. And then they start changing the plaques. Oh, mostly Jews. What? Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's this most? And then it was like fucking, 700,000 or something like that? And it's like, oh, mostly. It's a whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Because remember, that is the same place that changed that monument. They changed the plaque. Remember, we showed everybody.
Yes.
And that's the 80th anniversary, is the freeing of that one.
Man.
Now, you've got Trump and Elon. That's why Elon went to fucking Auschwitz. Everybody's like, oh, he's fucking kneeling for the fucking Jews. No, he's not. He's one of the smartest motherfuckers in the world. He is gonna fucking look at that and say, that does not mean, that was the dumbest thing they could have ever fucking did. And that's why he fucking did what he did. It's like, oh, he's kowtowing. It's like, even brought his son too. He's like, yeah, see this? See all this? All lies. They're all evil. This is why they gotta go. And he could tell him that and explain to him. And he would understand. Because when his dad talks to him, because it's nice to have, parental figures when you're, when you're growing up. Because the Jews that fucking try to kill everybody else, call us all goyim and this and that. It's like, guys, I can't stress to you how much they fucking hate us. They sit here and they're always, they like us because they're getting all the interest. They're fucking stealing all the money from the cryptocurrencies. I got that with the Revolut, and it's the fucking Ukrainians, and it's the fucking kikes. And then, for the surprise, we found the Sons You Out of War part. So it's like, guess what, guys? Everybody can go get fucked at this point. All of them. Every single one of them.
Every
We just laid it out right there. And not to mention, you got the USS Liberty. Oh, and the thing is, Dina, that would be even bigger. To arrest them on fucking war crime charges, well, against the United States for 9/11. The USS Liberty.
Yes.
Because we want to make sure that and read out exactly what they fucking did. Because I read the fucking documents. I read the statements. Why did the CIA help fucking Israel? They wrote the same identical documents and they turned them in. Who wrote the one for Israel? CIA. Everything's good. Hey, no. They're all in the cahoots. The Catholics and the fucking Jews. That's what she's a layer. She's a fucking CIA agent, guys. Duh. They're all Jesuits.
They're all evil.
But then, at the bottom, it says marker, and it has in a kill box number 9. Well, that's a tower. Game over. That is 1, and that is 2. That's why they did identical post, identical time, identical everything. Down to a T. It's like, how did they do that? It's like, it's not impossible because, like, they just did it. Everything's possible now. They just showed us that they could do it.
Yeah.
It's mind blowing. It's like, oh my God, how much is there out there? It's like, because the science that they fucking taught us is all fucking wrong. Because they taught us fucking bullshit science, so we didn't learn about electromagnetism, and they stuck us with some bullshit gravity. And put us on a fucking ball to keep us stupid, to not realize that they were fucking, the Jews were sitting here fucking just slaving you down, driving all the fucking energy out of you, taking the kids, before that, hey, they had the World's Fairs, fucking everything's lit up, the Warncliffe Towers and all that, and Tesla and all that. Guys, they're all coming back.
Yeah.
Paying 23, bitches. I mean, shit. I'll tell you right here. Sun Tzu statement number 1. When able to attack, we must seem unable. When using our own forces, we must seem inactive. Pretend to be weak, that he may grow arrogant. As soon as you see arrogant, it's like, there's got to be something here. But it starts off Space Warfare Strategy 1, and it goes all the way to Space Warfare 546, but the last Space Warfare Strategy is 550.
5-5.
But the thing is,
what?
47, 48, 49, and 50 are blank. When was it going to start? When 47 got in.
They're blank?
What?
Did you say they're blank?
Yeah, they're blank. But they have the boxes in there, but nothing in them. But let's see if there's something in here that points to who goes in those boxes. Let's take a peek at Space Warfare Strategy number 23, shall we?
Let's do that.
Fake the deaths of various satellites with covert reserve space weapons missions over a period of months and years before the surprise attacks. Gotcha, bitch! That's it. And everybody's sitting there, oh, you're fucking stupid by staying there alive. We can actually prove it before it happens. How about that?
Holy shit. My God.
And that's the beautiful part about just staying true to it and just, I mean, it just, I mean, I absolutely love just doing this, but it's not like, I mean, I guess that I could church up for kids, but I mean, I don't think kids need to know like this advanced stuff, but I mean, honestly, if the kids don't go to fucking public schools, the kids will probably be smarter than us anyways. That's what dumbed us down. And then you got all the universities, all the fucking radicals out there. All the fucking Jews did that. The CCP is the Cuban Communist Party, not China.
Right.
Russia, Ukraine, all that shit, and they're the ones fucking doing all the pump and dumps, just like they did on Trump with Melania twice. It's like, we literally watched them catch them in real time and pointed it out. Because of sometimes, future-proofs past, it's like, again, they fucking did it again, boom, GameStop. But the thing is that you have to make sure there's a pattern. Then people noticing on ADO website, oh, this is anti-Semitic. How's that anti-Semitic shit going now? And then when people really fucking find out about the Hitler salute, I'm gonna fucking be doing that all the fucking time. It's the biggest crock of shit. Thing is, Elon did that for a reason. Because they knew that people would raise hell, but then on the other hand, there'd be a shit ton of anons to see what that really fucking means. And when people find out what it means, it's the Roman salute. It's from my heart to you.
Yes.
So that's all he's doing.
Said it.
And because you're patting your heart, your hand on your heart, right? You pat your hand on your heart, and then you're going outward. Yeah, you're sending it out. And what's Hitler doing? He has his hand up, and he's absorbing it, and he's giving it back. It's a massive energy exchange. That's national populism. That's why they fucking hate MAGA. Who hates MAGA? Fucking MAGA.
Well,
the MAGA group, the fucking Jew group, the billionaire group, all them motherfuckers. They're the ones that ruin it. That Michael Steinhardt, all that shit. All these fucking hospitals, they all have fucking Jew names. Why? Because they fucking eat us. It's right fucking there. What's in those fucking tunnels in New York City? Nobody said anything about that fucking bloody mattress or that fucking, that high chair. Not a fucking peep.
Nope.
But then they said they'd much rather go to prison than get barred from there. Why's that? They have a thirst for fucking blood. That's why. They're fucking psychotic. They're not fucking human. That's why they call us goyim. It's supposed to be like some kind of thing. It's like, no. You motherfuckers are the psychotic ones. You are the fucking lizards. But it's always fucking deflect, project. Everything they're fucking doing, they've been fucking accusing everybody else. It's like, oh, how can we let go of terrorists? Why didn't we see the exchange of those hostages? Maybe they should show that. Let them show those three, and you know what? That'll grab that bitch and fucking cut the tape off and show that she never lost her fucking fingers either. When Trump said, oh yeah, she said, she got her hand blown off by trying to block a bullet. And you can see him, and everybody's like, oh, I'm like, did you guys, what? And then you see and then they're so fucking arrogant they have to be in pictures. But she's in that picture, and you can see that the bandage, she has her palm out, and you can see her fucking fingers in her hand. It's wrapped up in gauze. It's like, bitch, if you lost your fingers, that looks like brand new gauze. And you're fucking dressed up in your pajamas, and there's no dirt on them, and your fucking hair's all braided, and you're out hugging fucking soldiers, jumping all around. It's like, that doesn't look like somebody who's fucking in captivity for fucking 47 days. Nevertheless, getting fucking gift bags by Hamas.
Thank you. Come again.
But then, define exchange. These people are sick. Where are all of them? When people find out what they've been doing to them, and that they've been sitting here fucking, it's always fucking victimhood. You want to see mass exodus. The thing is, 103 countries, fuck. Every country will fucking throw every one of them out. But the thing is, that's when Space Force comes in. Because we're not going to fucking pick up those fucking lizards. Because that's what they are. That's why they have the big fucking, they're all fucking, it's the Anunnaki. That's why they wear the fucking hat. We've been trying to tell people the Roman Catholics and the fucking Jews are one and the same. They worship Satan. Yep. The Vatican is Lucifer's palace. That's why Lucifer's buried under it. Along with St. Peter, because fucking he's Satan too. Yeah. Because he's the one that fucking denied Christ. No, I don't know him. No, I don't know him. Did it twice. Everything's done twice. Everything. One to learn from and one to fucking prevent from happening later on. Those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And we are not repeating this. So we're fucking sealing the deal, one and done. Thank you, President Trump. So it's like, it's not another 4-year election. It's like, but we just did those 4. We learned from that. Then we saw this nightmare, and they're like, let's watch a thing tonight. And this guy, this Democrat, he testified in front of Congress that the immigration situation at the border is better under Biden than Trump.
Oh my God.
And the guy's just laughing. He's like, he's fucking, he's that fucking brainwashed. These fucking Jews are that psychotic. They don't give a fuck.
No.
Because you're an animal. And that's another thing. So I was traveling down that one bitch, that Anita Roddick. Fucking, of course, right? So, get this, right? Oh, this gets good, Dina. So, it got to testing on animals, right? Yeah. So, Israel banned the import and marketing of cosmetics, toiletries, or detergents that were tested on animals in 2013. Why? Because we are the animals. They don't want anything from us. Because we're shit to them. We're their slaves. Yeah. They may sit out there and fucking play a mean game, but no, fuck you. We have all your playbooks, and we have fucking, Goebbels. Was it Goebbels that did that, or the one that we read on the whole show? The 50-something pages. We read it cover to cover. It's like,
yes,
Hitler was right. They were trying to be nice about it. They were just putting them in camps because what are you gonna fucking do to them? What are you gonna do with them? They're out there fucking doing the same shit like all these fucking trannies and shit like that. That's the same fucking people. Those are the same ones like, oh, they shake their heads. Yeah, where'd they look before that? Those are all flamboyant fucking homosexuals, fucking kid fuckers and shit like that, putting all the pornography, all the Jews, the Weimar Republic, the MS-13. That's the fucking 13 houses in Germany, and it's like two of the Mecklenburg slice or whatever the fuck it is. But there's 2 of them. So everything's done twice. MS-13, but there's 15 houses. Yeah, the MS is the first one, but there's dots under it. So that's twice, and then there's 13 more, so that's 15. 15 houses, and it's 6. They're fucking demonic. It's a Star Rem fan. It's not the fucking Star David. Don't fucking say that shit. Everybody played the game because everybody fucking hates them. Yeah, we'll take your money, but you know what? We know the long game. Long game's gonna be good. Because we won't have to sit here and say, oh, no, not me. No, I'm Christian. Nope. Every one of you motherfuckers was so smug that you went and got your vaccines. And you guys said you guys were 100% vaccinated because you guys took a different vaccine. But yet, I wonder what could have been in that. Could there be some nanotech that just makes them fucking poof, clean, swift? That's it. And that's the thing. They will fight, but you're ready. It's like, you're in our, especially in New York. New York is the highest concentration of fucking Jews. And they fucking brought down the Twin Towers. And they're sitting here fucking complaining about the Holocaust. Are you fucking kidding me? No. And then the tunnels, and then you got that fucking kike, the New York police commissioner, that fucking Tish, that Jessica Tish. But you got kikes everywhere. Yeah. Southern District of New York. That is fucking Babylon. That's why they kept on taking Trump back there with Engoron. They're all fucking lizards. Look at fucking Engoron's fucking topless shirt. That's not fucking real. None of these motherfuckers are. Fuck all of them. I don't give a fuck who they are. The funny thing is, Jews never come up to you and be nice to you. Notice that. Never. But they're going to make sure you know that they're a Jew.
Oh, yeah.
That's the first thing first. Like Blinken going to Israel. I'm coming to you as a Jew. Well, fucking, hey, Witkoff, I'm coming to you as American. Well, it's Sabbath. No, I don't give a fuck. Get the fuck down here now. You guys fucking pull that shit in New York City with that fucking copper wire going around. You're cheating your own fucking religion. But I say, oh, Sabbath. So you put a copper wire around the whole fucking thing so that you feel that you can just walk around and just do all your shit inside there. You could drive cars and shit like that and handle money and everything. It's like, because in New York, it's like, if you don't handle money for one day, it's like you might fucking just disintegrate.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the coin
Go
clipping.
through withdrawals.
All the coin
Yes.
clipping and all that shit.
Fucking coin clipping. God. Unbelievable.
Tell you what. You know damn good and well who's going to be getting a fucking call. He wants to come on Sunday. Oh boy.
Who?
That one guy, the Jew.
Good juju?
Yeah. But no, I mean, this one, tomorrow, oh my God. I am so fucking hyped. It's like, I can't believe just fucking. Ugh. I got one more. It's only 2 minutes. So. The trap is completely set. Now we have the whole Elon making this how, right? Which is just like, you know, my heart, how I love, you know, out to you and everything. It's an energy exchange. Thing is that now everybody's bitching because the ADL's like, oh, that's not Hitler's salute, right? So then AOC jumps in and says, you work for them, right? Do you see how this whole love story is evolving? It's like Romeo and Juliet. It's like the Montagues and the Capulets, you know? You got Elon and this whole love story between Elon and fucking AOC. And we've been saying the whole time, like, she's the fucking real Steph Bomber. Because she's calling them out. But she had to make sure that these fucking Jews were way the fuck left. Like, full-blown commie, everything like that. But she's not a Jew. There you go. Make a spectacle and all that. It's just, she was making a mockery out of the whole Democratic Party. Because everybody laughs like, oh, AOC's a Democrat. It's like, see? Trump picked her. The Apprentice, duh. Infiltration over invasion. FISA works both ways. That's going to be a big one too, but yeah. It was real interesting. Because that parade, now I know for a fact that I mean, gonna be big. All right. So, see, you know what the funny thing is that they're so stupid. I mean, I actually, oh, hold up. Well, Dina, I just opened up the email. W.O. Dub. I'm back with AI, what the hell? Antivirus, an AI version of myself. You didn't think I would miss a cycle, did you? Don't fall for scam tokens, the only official anti-CA. Shit. Hell yeah. Man. It's gonna get rowdy. Very rowdy, because if you think about it, when that comes out, because yeah, you guys are gonna laugh at this one. So I actually subscribed to the Jewish Insider Daily Kickoff. And oh boy, they're a lot more arrogant than we thought. A lot. Because just so many different videos in this. And it's like Trump Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff says he opened dialogue with Hamas, praises Qatar. It's like, you sure about this? Because see, there's just a problem with this. There's videos everywhere. I mean, let's face it. But some of the videos that they're putting out, I'm like, this is. Oh, there it is. All right. So, what we're going to do is we are going to listen to Kash Patel's speech. Now, let's see if there's any comms in that. Oh, one second. I'm bullshitting. It's almost like he was talking right to us. Like right to us. Because you know damn good and well, when that goes like, we might even go live for that. When that goes, because I mean, we listen to them all the time, but I never thought that, spend all your time listening. But when you listen to these congressional hearings, you're like, these fucking Democrats are idiots. I mean, it's beyond. So I did put that in the chat, and lots of cues.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States.
Now, I'm going to replay that, all right? Listen to exactly what he says.
Deeply, we love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States.
Do you notice that? He said 47th president, and then he turned around and said that J.D. Vance was the 50th Vice President of the United States. It wasn't free-flowing. There was a break.
And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me.
Take a look at this strange device that I'm holding in my hand. It's smaller than a quarter.
And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm gonna make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes, and we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
I don't know about you. I absolutely love the guy. 17,000 homicides. So, let's see. So, see here. Crystal knocked. Night of the Broken Glass. Crystal Night. November pogroms. 9, 10, 11. The dates that we have on ours, right? Everything's leading up to it. So if Monday's the 11th, the 10th is Sunday, the 9th is Saturday. Yeah. Also, Nazi Party's strong wing is the SA. Yeah. Paramilitary wing of the Nazi Party. So they say. Problem is that we've been lied to about everything, right? Let's face it. Synagogues were smashed. Shit, you ain't seen nothing yet. It's coming. The thing is that if they're so wrapped up on their 9/11, right? I mean, 9/11 right here. And also, when did Obama turn over the U.S. to the UN? November 9th. Another 9/11. So, yeah, it's going to get really interesting. Let's see. Ooh. So, we're going to talk about a rug pull that was done. Because a lot of people are like, oh, no. Yeah. But this, let me see real quick. Nope. Fucking sickos. Try to make sure I have a picture in here. A parade like no other, right? It's literally in the magazine Parade. Holocaust Remembrance Day. Powerful memorials around the world. Remember about a Holocaust, right? The fuck is that? All cubes, huh? Wait till people find out it's all a fucking lie. Yeah. Holocaust. That's what I think of when I see that. Maybe it's just me. And then they put a Bible verse, especially Deuteronomy, and 9 plus 4 is 13. So, 13 plus 4 is 17. Fucking weasels. Yeah. These. The fuck is this? I mean, ain't good at shit. Nothing. Then there's another one. Let's see. This one. Oh shit. Is this one? Yes, it is. Oh boy. Once again from Parade. We're gonna do it twice, right? One second. Let me see. No. Yeah, put that there next. There. It. Don't worry, hon. I'm gonna clean it up. I'll clean up the room. I got it. I got this. I got this. Holocaust Remembrance Day. 55 quotes, huh? To ensure we never forget the atrocities and genocide against Jews and marginalized groups. Now it's marginalized groups. Monday, January 27, 2025, marking the anniversary of the Red Army liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration camp. Well, C before D, well, then there's your A before B. Auschwitz, Birkenau, Coates, D class. They gone. Fuck them. Yes, everything you want to know about Holocaust Remembrance Day. I mean, what do you mean everything you want to know? It's like, what the hell is this shit? Like this. Number one, right? For evil to flourish, it only requires good men to do nothing. Well, we would do something, but we're fucking censored. No. Don't mind us. But yeah, everybody else. It's, it's all bullshit. To get for would not only be dangerous but offensive. To forget the dead would be akin to killing them a second time. I liken this to slavery. Because number one, they're the ones that did slavery. I mean, shit, it's... Ooh. Jewish dominance of the African slave trade. Who knew? It was all about slaves, kids, and heroin. That's it. There's no spice trade. That was the spice of life. It was fucking adrenochrome. I swear never be silent whenever and wherever human beings endure suffering and humiliation. Once again, they do not think of us as humans. But we must always take sides. Neutrality helps the oppressor, never the victim. Fucking complete victimhood. Oh, yeah, you know what? I think we have to watch that one with Trump, too. That WEF. Like a boss. And they're like, so when you come down here next year, it's like, yeah, fuck you. What's another DS? Davos, Switzerland. Funny thing is that, isn't it funny, like, this is right around the same time? So if they knew that the WEF is going on, and Trump's like, hey, so everybody's, look here, not there. What's going on outside? Everybody's like, everybody's honed in to see what he's going to say. Fuck everybody up. So, How do we know also that Trump is in on this? Sometimes we must interfere. When human lives are endangered, when human dignity is in jeopardy, national borders and sensitivities become irrelevant. Wherever men or women are persecuted because of their race, religion, or political views, that place must, at that moment, now what? Right? Right? Let's see. Right now. Oh shit. Wrong one, damn it. Ugh. So, yeah. Center of the universe. And then, which one was it? Let's see. Now, you want to see the picture that does it all for Trump? It's got to be this one right here. That does it. And why does he dance? The dancing Israelis. He's been telling us the whole entire time. All we do is pick up on the comms. Let's see. That's that one. Oh, Jesus. Oh, so when they mention China, and this is another cash, this is a cash interview. He's interviewing someone. When they mention organ trade and organ harvesting, we know who it is.
I get to turn the tables
Hold
on you,
on.
my friend. How are you doing?
Hold on, Cash. Hold on. Hold on. Shit.
Cash, I'm fantastic. It's so great to be here.
It's really a treat to have you on. It's really a treat for our viewership in the War Room Posse to mix and collaborate with the Epoch Times, which is one of the largest print circulations, and their digital program is a monster in over 40 countries. Jan, I know you guys have a motto, truth and tradition. I'm a big part of it over there. I love what you do, and I know you have some serious topics to discuss. I saw what you're doing and your brilliant interview on the CCP's organ harvesting machine and how grotesque and disgusting that is, and how it's far-reaching, and how it has national security implications. Can you give us a little bit of an outline about what you dove into with your guest, and what are the next steps?
100%. I mean, just for starters, right? The guest, David Matus, international human rights lawyer, he first established that this was really happening back in 2006 with a massive report. He estimates that China's forced organ harvesting industry amounts to about $9 billion a year, okay? And this is something I'm going to talk about that is frankly hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe. There's actually a survivor. I never thought we'd see one. I've been covering this issue for 18 years now. And there's a guy who has a giant 14-inch scar on his right side. And he is basically missing part of his liver and part of his lung. The liver has since regenerated. And the even crazier part is that attempting to discredit him, the Chinese regime has admitted to operating on him without consent. So finally, there is the smoking gun that people.
Do you really think the Chinese would say that? Or would Das Juden say that?
have been looking for that's been so difficult. I mean, this thing has been litigated so much. There's a whole China tribunal that took a year to establish all the evidence around this. It's incontrovertible, but finally there is a guy who, by the way, Assistant Secretary of State Bob Destro managed to rescue to America, like a big task back during the Trump administration. And he's finally come out to tell his story.
That's unbelievable breakthrough reporting. I hope everybody goes and watches your interview, Jan. And for those that haven't been following as closely as you have, as closely as Epoch has, and as closely as the War Room Posse has, how can you, the breakthrough is monumental, but the breakthrough only happened because there were so many other tens of thousands of people who were treated grotesquely, criminally as victims by the CCP. Are you able to quantify the types and numbers of organ harvesting and the reach that the CCP had internationally?
It's very difficult. One of the reasons we first discovered this was that Chinese hospitals were advertising basically in American newspapers saying you can get a new heart in a week if you have a few $100,000 to spend. Like, that kind of stuff isn't possible in an ethical way. And you can schedule it so you know when someone's going to die. This was 18 years ago. In terms of the numbers, it's very, very difficult to quantify. And I don't like to, give numbers when I don't really know. But we do know that basically, it's about 60 to 100,000 organ transplants a year since the early 2000s. And we know that there really is no credible organ donor source. Back in 2015, they said they outlawed taking them from prisoners. But later, there was a paper that was done that showed that the growth curve of their so-called official transplant statistic was a perfect quadratic equation. So in other words, they used fake data to pretend that they actually had organ donors. And Chinese generally don't like to give organs. It's a kind of a cultural thing. And then this is the craziest part. So the implication, you asked about that early on, national security and otherwise. By ignoring this for so many years on the Falun Gong, they built their whole organ transplant industry, in my view, on the Falun Gong. That then transferred over to the Uyghurs later basically in a isolated community where it's even easier to perpetrate these atrocities. And there's millions of people in these concentration camps. So it's and the effect is, right, that all these doctors in China, in effect, and all these doctors are doing research, medical research with Americans, with other doctors around the world. There's all sorts of collaborations. They basically become murderers, the ones who participate in this. And there's even a paper that shows that there's at least 72 transplants that have been done in the published literature globally by Chinese surgeons where the cause of death was transplantation. And they didn't even realize it because it's become such a normal thing that they didn't even realize they had written into the scientific method.
That's criminal on so many scales, not just the organ harvesting itself. But I'd like to highlight, and maybe you can talk about, I'm going to try my best at a Jan Jekielek segue into my next topic with you, all things CCP. But you mentioned that they have to find these people, and they use data to collect numbers and information and the whereabouts of these people and what they have and what they need. Now, that infiltration by the CCP, I gotta believe, isn't just done on mainland China. I know they're doing it domestically, and as we get into an election year here, or an election debate here tonight, I believe one of the hot topics is going to be the CCP. How has the CCP used its community outside of mainland China, putting aside the atrocities against the Uyghurs and the Falun Gong and the actual modern-day genocide and forced labor? That's disgusting in and of itself. Then you have organ harvesting. Then you have a cyber offensive operation, in my opinion, downrange, for the CCP to fund and fuel this monster. What are some companies out there in CCP land that are impacting America? I know TikTok's a popular one. I've heard of a couple of others, but do you have some? And what are your thoughts on this? And how does it connect back to the main event here?
Well, let me just comment briefly on China's influence operations, okay? In terms of funding, right, the second largest, let's call it a ministry in China, in terms of funding, is something called the United Front Work Department. And the whole purpose, essentially, of the United Front Work Department is influence, is to across the world, with the U.S. being the prime focus that the Chinese regime views as its prime enemy and is waging a people's war in the words of the dictator there, Xi Jinping. So my point is, it's an incredibly important part of their efforts is to push their influence. And then, of course, we have this, senior aide, deputy chief of staff of Kathy Hochul that's now been indicted on basically all sorts of fascinating things. But the biggest thing that they did, and you mentioned the communities, right? What is the impact in the community? The impact is that these CCP agents of influence, they pretend like they actually represent the Chinese communities in America. And of course they don't, right? And in fact, not at all. In fact, a lot of the communities have very different perspectives, right? But the effect is that American officials might actually believe the CCP line because they basically it makes it so that the voices of the dissidents can't be heard. In terms of companies, Cash, you're asking about, of course, I've talked a lot about TikTok. TikTok is both an information gathering operation, huge intelligence gathering, but also influence, right? The ability to control the algorithm, the ability to push whatever narratives the CP is interested, whether they're chaotic or whatever, into the American population massively, right? Over 100 million users. So another one is, of course, Temu. And Cash, you've written quite extensively on Temu, I've seen. And Temu, I mean, a lot of based on the assessments and what this app actually does, it sort of masquerades as a super cheap shopping app. But what the CCP does is they kind of, subsidize things like this when this app, from some estimates that I've seen, basically has full access to your phone, basically gathers absolutely everything it can, right?
Wow. No, sorry. I didn't even know that. So it's basically almost like you're in a Marvel movie and they drop an app in and they just basically take over your phone. It's what Temu and PDD are doing.
Well,
is that it?
I don't think from what I understand, okay, and this is secondhand. I haven't done this research myself, okay,
sure.
but
Understood.
the level of access to your information is unprecedented for an app which really is just pretending to be a shopping app, okay. And in terms of command and control, you're complete control. I'm not aware of that part, but just the intelligence gathering element itself is unparalleled.
So, Jan, in your opinion, and you are one of the foremost experts on all things the CCP is doing to destroy our world. Now you've talked about Uyghur genocide, Falun Gong genocide. Now you're talking about organ harvesting. Now you're talking about offensive cyber operations outside of mainland China, into the United States of America during an election cycle. We've got a couple of minutes left. If you were talking to the American public, which you are, what would you say would be on the horizon that we must watch out for and we must protect against, especially on the eve of a presidential debate where national security is such a hot topic?
I would say this, okay? So the CCP is the master of misdirection. One of the bits of traditional Chinese culture that they didn't destroy during the Cultural Revolution was the war fighting methods, right? Sun Tzu, Art of War, and actually many more. And so a lot of this has to do with making sure that America is incredibly distracted, right? There's a war in Russia, there's a war in Israel, there's all sorts of things going on that the CCP supports, okay, and we know that they materially support both Russia and the Palestinians at the moment. We know that's real. I'm giving an example as to why would they be doing this, right? Why would they be doing this? Because they don't want the U.S. to really focus where the true threat is, where the true existential threat to America is, which is the Chinese Communist Party. So I think that's the key thing that we need to understand.
I think you're one of the brightest minds that has been highlighting that for so long, and I'm so glad that so many people are turning to Epoch and the War Room Posse. I will, of course, advertise and campaign for everybody in the War Room Posse to sign up for an Epoch digital and online subscription and print subscription. But Jan has a wonderful show called American Thought Leaders on Epoch. Jan, where can folks find you? Where can they watch the show? And where can they follow you on social media to get updates on everything you're doing and Epoch's doing?
On social media, you'll have to go to @Jan Jekielek, but I don't know who can spell that. So perhaps you'll have to put it up later.
It's on the screen. We got you covered.
Come to theepochtimes.com. By the way, I'm on Truth and Twitter at Jan Jekielek, but also theepochtimes.com, and look for American Thought Leaders.
Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What is this one? No. What was it? Wait a second. There was one for this. No. All right. So. So. Digging around and very interesting. I haven't gone through the people though, but resolution. It's that one. Oh, and we have the original document that started that ESG shit. It was who cares wins. And I could put that in the chat because that's unscribed. And let's see. All right, that's the whole, connecting financial markets to a changing world. It's all the Jews. It's just, man, I mean, this goes right to our birth certificates, everything. Because, oops, let's see. Wikipedia. Oh shit, that's way further down. Is that? Oh shit. Hyperteam. Hey, I believe we found this. So we're gonna set it all up, right? Trump, right? This whole meme coin, right? So it's been the Jews that's been ripping everybody off. I mean, we actually have one of the companies here. Ukrainian, British, Jew, whatever. Britain is just as guilty in all this too, if not more. But we'll get to that. So think about this. So when you think of when he's like, oh, the official Trump coin, right? He's just lobbing it out there. Because it happened twice, right? So GameStop, the stock, right? But they've been seeing the crypto, right? Remember, Trump's in charge of the SEC now. We have everything. So you just set all the traps. They're going to catch. Well, problem is that Don Jr., all them, they were in on it too. Because when Trump released the coin, that started climbing up. And then as soon as it hit 70, here comes Don Jr. He's like, yeah, it's gonna go to the moon. Then Melania jumps hers, right? But then what they do? Boom, they did a rug pull on Trump, right? It's like a short sell, all that shit. But isn't it about a bitch that we have to go all the way back to the damn beginning to prove that we were talking about the same shit? Number 31. TD Ameritrade Dynamic Rebalancing of Assets and Investment Portfolio. U.S. patent US 20050010516 Alpha 1. The attempt to drive the stock market with pump and dump frauds and destroy the financial credibility of President Trump. Huh. Can't make shit up. So what they did was, but they set a massive trap. Because as soon as they did that, remember they did it to him before. And now it's like, well, we'll launch his and then hers. Right? So now, the funny thing is now they're busted because they're like, oh, it must have been, somebody on the inside that did it. It's like, no, they told us who did. It's the OTC market group. Official Trump coin, OTC. And a lot more. Because that goes right back to the post 1,000. But first, this is a biggie. Because I was truly kind of shocked at finding this article that they didn't wipe it out. So, I did put it in there. Let's see. Okay. Aberdeen Diversified Income and Growth Trust. Investment trust growing, focused on investments that deliver reliable income and growth, listed on London Stock Exchange. Company is founded by accountants James Ivory and Thomas Watson Seam of the asset management firm Ivory and Seam as the British Assets Trust in 1898. We're going to stop right there. Because now we're starting to pick up how Trump's saying. Remember he's swinging a bat? British Assets Trust. After the mandate moved to BlackRock in February 2015, the company changed its name from British Assets Trust to BlackRock Income Strategies Investment Trust in April 2015. Then after the mandate moved to Aberdeen Asset Management, the company merged with Aberdeen UK Tracker Trust and was renamed Aberdeen Diversified Income and Growth Trust in December 2016. But, see this one right here, British Assets Trust changed its name and manager and vows to adopt a multi-asset approach to turn around dismal performance. Oops. But that's okay. Because all we gotta do is go to Ivory and Syme, right? Investment management company established in the late 19th century. Wonder what was around that time. Oh, yeah. All these corporations. Dutch East India, Dutch West India, all of them. But that's not the big one. So you have BAT and PAT, Personal Assets Trust, which they just take all your shit and they just seize it. But after the senior staff started leaving, announced in November 1997 that the business would be merged with the asset manager arm of Friends Provident. Yeah, I mean, you can't make this shit up. The fucking Quakers. Friends and Ivory Syme merged with Royal and Son Alliance Investments and was rebranded as ISIS Asset Management. But then you ask yourself, it's like, no, that's dumb. You can't. Oh, really? Let's just take a peek at this. Let's see. What is it? Yeah. That's not it. F and C. Foreign and colonial. They never stopped. No. But that's the Assets Trust. So here's the record. British Assets Trust Limited, right here. Edinburgh, Scotland. Ledgers, 1911. But I gotta find this article. I have it printed right here. Because how it's stated, I'm like, no. This shit gets so damn deep. It's Yep. Found it. Oh boy. Not a very good look, UK. Not a very good look at all. Oh shit. No, not that one. Damn. Okay. This is from Investor Chronicle, August 5th, 2004. So he has 88022, right? Well, August 5th to August 8th, 3 days. But ISIS Asset Management, the first sentence says it all. This is the last time that investors will hear from ISIS in its current form. Foreign and colonial, you say? Just taking up all the land, huh? Take over larger rival foreign and colonial, saying no issue with 331 million shares, equating to about 660 million pounds at ISIS suspension price to pay for the deal. Yeah. This is what BlackRock turned into. They all BlackRock income strategy merged with Aberdeen UK Tracker Trust. They're all in on it. What's worse is who is on the board of BlackRock. Oh, and also, guess how many board members they have? 17. And if anybody wanted to know if BlackRock, well, I mean, if you need somebody to tell you that BlackRock's bad, I think you're at the wrong show. So, founded in 1988, Speed, initially as Enterprise Risk Management, fixed income institutional asset, 11.5 trillion in assets. That's funny because we had 11.3, 11.4, 11.5 is actually the Mann Act, the whole, women and child trafficking. And yeah, 11.6, 11.7, 11.8, and then Monday, 9/11. 70 offices in 30 countries and clients in 100 countries. Vanguard Group, State Street, Big Three, Aladdin Software. Don't get any ideas, Buckshot. BlackRock has sought to position itself as an industry leader in environmental, social, and governance. And what has that done? You kill one person, it's a crime against humanity. Now look at LA. I mean, we know LA, now they have more fires starting. It's like, guys, they're fluffing up the forest. Bunch of fluffers. Company has also faced criticism for its close ties with the Federal Reserve during the COVID-19 pandemic. Got to find a lot more on that Susan Wagner. Just a little bit. Blackstone Group. Steven Schwartzman. Oh yeah, that was the guy that was at the weef. The little weefy shit. But we're gonna get down here to their this. Company was hired to sell 114 billion in assets of Signature Bank and Silicon Valley Bank after the 2023 United States banking crisis. Oh boy. Guess who had a shit ton of money in there and they got all the money back? Gavin Newsom. His plump winery. His winery. Why the guy just gets out of college and opens up a winery? Well, it's paid for by Getty, so you know that it has to do with child trafficking. And we know he's a lizard, so they're all fuck. Shit. Whatever, fuck you guys. Whatever. Yeah, real nice, huh? Trump's gonna love this. Isn't it great? Vanguard. I mean, Elizabeth Warren suggests that BlackRock should be designated as too big to fail and regulated accordingly. Wow. Easy to lie, Watha. It's not your money. BlackRock owns both Fox News and Dominion voting system. Oh, which Snopes describes as false. And PolitiFact describes as mostly false. Okay, so if somebody said, okay, BlackRock owns this and that. Okay, is it false? Well, do they own both of them? No. Then what's the mostly false? BlackRock probably don't own Fox News. They own Dominion. Let's face it. Part of the cabal is responsible for COVID-19 agenda. Thanks, Jews. The banks, the Jews. Everybody dies, they seize all their assets. They're fucking disgusting. Climate change, this fucking guys, fucking faggots. But investments in gun manufacturers. Where's the fucking assholes? That should scare people right there. Because a 17-person board of directors. Oh, William Ford. Yeah. This fucking guy. But we know her. A Vulcan. Goes right from Obama and Clinton, all that, and goes right in there, huh? Why not? Just. And then there is, where's the other one? This jagoff right here. This fucking fag. Fucking sawed off shitbag. Obama administration. Now do you see who's running the White House? All these fucks. A bunch of activists. That's it. That's all it is. I mean, it's all activism. I mean, it's fucking disgusting. But then that gets even more deep because that gets to it's Swiss Re and shit that I shouldn't even fucking know the damn thing about. But here we are. So, one more thing. Official Trump coin, you say? But, OTC. This one's big too. It's gonna take a little bit for that, but yeah, these people are evil. So, what did? Oh shit! Where's it? Let me get it right. Oh shit! God damn it! There it is. Where did Elon say he wants to go? Mars, right? Learn to play the game. Off-world trading company. Science fiction themed real-time strategy video game set on, you guessed it. Now, let's see if anybody can see this, because featuring economic warfare ranging from hostile takeovers to sabotage. It puts the player in charge of one of the 4 titular off-world trading companies. The player's choice of faction comes after they have their first look at the map. Learn to read the map, allowing them to tailor their choice to the situation. Regardless of their choice, players land their headquarters and begin to construct resource extractors on the neighboring hexes. So as soon as you hear hexes, you know it's the fucking Jews. Already. But there's a deeper one than this. But now, 13 resources in the game. Fucking bloodlines, huh? Water, aluminum, iron, silicon, and carbon can be extracted from the hexes that contain those resources. Power can be generated by building a power plant with different limitations depending on the type of power plant being built, and usually used to power buildings. Steel mills generate steel from iron. It's like, this is all common sense shit. But they're just trying to, like, play it up like, oh, it's a real-time strategy. It's like, but supply and demand fluctuates constantly. A player is buying large sums of glass for an expansion. Their rival could be gearing up glass kilns to make a handsome profit. The Night of Broken Glass. Anyone? Game offer also more direct ways to engage in player through the black market. A player can purchase anything from underground nukes to wipe out resource pockets to mutinies that divert a rival's wealth into their pocket. Now, let's just take a stroll back to who Trump pardoned. Ross Ulbricht, the guy who started this Silk Road on the dark web. Why would they put him away for 2 life terms and 40 years for a website? Maybe because he knows a lot more than he could let on. So, we look at Trump. Well, he got Blagojevich. When does a songbird sing? When he's freed. So now you've got when a player purchases something from the black market, however, its price rises, giving a wary opponent a chance to prepare for a defense, usually in the form of Goon Squad. The Goon Squad protects a single structure from most sabotage actions, capable of stealing the sabotage for yourself. I mean, this sounds like nothing they're doing like right now in countries. But remember, they think it's funny. They think it's all a game. They have a card game for it and all this. They're like, oh, people are stupid. Those are animals. Yeah, you're gonna fucking get animal here short. I got a 7 out of 10 score on Computer Games magazine. But Roman Reigns, professional wrestler whose nickname is the OTC. But, oh boy. You guessed it. Scroll down, scroll down, scroll down. Oop. Oh, it's that post 1,000. This was all child trafficking. They told us in the drops what this was. Oh, shit. All right. 1,000 children. Let me show you why. Oh, damn it. Which one was it? Fuck. Okay. I don't know where it's in the drops, but they talk about the kinder transport, right? Remember when they saw the picture and that one asshole that's in the picture with Tony Podesta with the red shoes, and he's walking through like Hong Kong, Korea, or something like that? This is it. And the thing is, when people find out about this, oh boy, they're fucked. It's a designation created in the year 2000, which is used to refer to approximately 1,400 Jewish children who were rescued from Nazi Germany and other Nazi-occupied or threatened European countries who were taken directly to the United States during the period of 34 to 45. The phrase 1,000 children only refers to those children who came unaccompanied and left their parents behind back in Europe. But yet, yeah, them. Online Holocaust Encyclopedia. Because we've got one more article that we're going to go over after this because they have been. The whole thing's a lie. Everything. OTC children were rescued by both American and European organizations as well by individuals. Well, you don't say, right? I mean, it's really not hard to find out because Hold on. One second. I found something. The caption: Hamas special forces turning in Israeli captives. Special forces, right?
حررنا الأسرى بإرادتنا غني يا رصاص البواريد وثبتنا إنه بثورتنا رجعنا الفرحة من جديد يا ما زينا الدار براية.
Look at the date. These are all Israelis. Look, they're all white. All of them are white. Palestinians are that burnt sienna color that nobody likes to color in a coloring book. Because I mean, you're getting fucking carpet bombed. You leveled the whole fucking Gaza. But remember what we listened to about that Rebbe, saying, "Oh well, you know, we don't negotiate with hostages." Oh my God, there's still more fucking videos of those fucking fat sweat hog fucking pig Jews bitching and whining and complaining. Well, they're the terrorists. These fucking people.
قومي يا أمي الأحرار ملي الدنيا زغاريد.
Now, they send drones in there. We just saw an 119 where they're all standing on a hill and they're watching them carpet bomb. So where the fuck was this? Where'd you go? Nice weapons. I thought y'all grabbed them out of those fucking MRI machine rooms. Our bad. Fuck. We'll learn better. Now, if you need any more evidence of them being just complete fucking cock slaves, it's a kid. Huh. Little terrorist, huh? Fucking kids are just. Ugh. Which one was it? Oh! Damn it, that's it. What was it? Shit, which one was it? Oh, and also, we have to have two, this one's good too. Because what's that bitch right here? Marion Edgar Budd. That's that dude, right? It's a dude. There's no. So, when we were looking up the SEC and everything like that, found something interesting. It's Edgar. Electronic data gathering, analysis, and retrieval. by the SEC, performs automated collection, validation, indexing, accepting, forwarding of submissions by companies and others who are required by law to file forms with the SEC. September 2017, SEC Chairman Jay Clayton revealed the database has been hacked and the company's data may have been used by criminals for insider trading. Funny. So, I wonder if this has ties, if this is tied into the bridge. You know, the Federal Bridge Certification Authority Network. How they were selling public and private keys. I mean, these guys fucked up bad. I know I've got one more video because because there's a lot more that we're gonna bring in Sunday because we have all those Jew articles that pretty much, they actually have a these guys good. It's what Jewish philanthropy, right? So yeah. Let's see. What was this? January 21st. Jack Joseph and Morton Mandel Supporting Foundation donates $90 million to strengthen Cleveland's day schools. Must be nice. Not really. Because no, I'm gonna wait to do that one. I do not want to get fired up with that because went down way bad rabbit holes with these Jews and nope. Every single one of them have to just sit gone. Sorry, guys. Oh, and if anybody's fans with that Elise Stefanik, that fat swine's going too. That ditch pig fucking cunt could just burn in hell. I really don't care. She goes into the meeting in the Congress. She's like, I just wanted to join the UN so that I could help curb anti-Semitism. Trump sent you, right? Under the American flag, right? Yeah. Not gonna work, lady. Just let them all slit their own throats. Oh, anyways. That was 30 minutes. That ain't gonna work. Oh. I just want everybody to watch the first part of this clip, right? Well, no, we'll watch the whole clip. Fuck it. That's it. Hold on a second. Now, Huckman's on the side. I'm like, number one, who wrote these signs? You got a bunch of fucking tamale slangers holding up all these American signs with all perfect handwriting. It's like, habla? What does it say? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I popped it in there twice. It's only 2:32, but Watch one of the signs say.
New York Mayor Adams, tonight trying to assuage an upset New Yorker crowd, worried about whether people working and living here without proper papers might face deportation. The mayor at a meeting in Queens tonight saying unless someone committed a crime, this city would stand up for all New Yorkers. That's what he said tonight. Eyewitness News reporter Sonia Rincon has the reaction.
Adams, escucha.
I saw another one. Sex work is good work. Sex work. Street vending creates local jobs. Who's fucking writing this shit?
Immigrant advocates rallied in the freezing cold tonight outside a Corona school ahead of Mayor Eric Adams' town hall-style community meeting.
How in the fuck do these drybacks know what Operation Restore Roosevelt? What? Criminalize our community? What do you mean your communities? Don't sell an immigrant. No, you're not immigrants. See, that's where you're all fucking sadly mistaken. If they didn't break the law when they came in, you broke the law when you come in. So here's a question I have. Say I go down the street, just walk into the neighbor's house. Don't know him or anything like that, just walk in his house, right? Just sit down, grab something to drink and all that. Yeah. I'm a migrant, right? You'd probably get arrested, right? Because you broke the law. Because you trespassed. It's not your property. Kind of like that whole border. It's not their property. But yet, you know, that 1,000 children. I'm just gonna go through this now. Sleep because this. Oh, damn it! Ugh. It's just shit. Yeah, I have to go over this one. Man, there's so much we found. It's fun. Oh, here it is. All right. I just want to. What's down here? Back to 1,000 children, right? It's all about the children, 1,000. But like this, I'd say 1,000 children by 2017. About 1,400 been identified. I always knew those fucking Jews were screw loose. If you have 1,400, then where are the other ones? Was an organization created for further welfare of the OTC children. Children of the Holocaust. That fucking fake thing. See hidden children. Okay. Right there. That was all created by England. All of it. Which waived the visa immigration requirements that were not within the ability of British Jewish community to fulfill. That's cute. But they're the ones who were doing it. Now, Sir Nicholas Winton, of course. Most of the programs that work specifically to save the children had children remain within Western Europe. Okay. Other well-organized programs prepared and sent children to Palestine, for example. Jewish organizations, huh? Nearly all Jewish, just like nearly all 6 million. No, there weren't any 6 million. No, I don't think there were any. Originally, 1,177 children has been identified at OTC. Till Kristallnacht, November 9th, 10th. 1, 2, 3, 9th, 10th, 11th. So what they were doing was during the war times, just like they did in Haiti, just like they did anywhere. They want to kill all the parents to steal the kids, to fucking rape them, eat them, whatever. They're just dirty fuckers. That's it. 6 children arrive in New York City. It's always 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. But then again, holy shit. The Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society did it. American Joint Distribution Committee. The Society of Friends, the Quakers. American Jewish Congress, National yeah. Are we starting to see that it's them? So when Cash and I were talking about the Chinese being the biggest organ harvesters, no, it's actually Israel. And it's funny because they always say shit about, oh, they made us out of lampshades and all that. You have a massive skin bank in Israel. That, well, wonder where you're getting the skin from. I don't know, Epstein? Many children came from the Gurs internment camp. Really? Shut the fuck up. So much bullshit. British Children Overseas Reception Board. German Jewish Children's Aid Society. But no, that can't. No, there's nothing to that because, yeah. You got this though. Where in the fuck are you? 1 second.
In this video, I will show that child sacrifice was an important part of the religion of the ancient Jews. The most famous story on this topic is probably that of Abraham and Isaac. Most people understand that story to be a condemnation of child sacrifice by God, but I don't think that that's actually the message, because child sacrifice is never condemned in the text. God doesn't forbid child sacrifice, he actually commands it. God said, take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on the mountain I will show you. So as a burnt offering, Abraham was supposed to kill his son with a knife, drain his blood on the altar, and then burn his corpse. And God doesn't punish Abraham for trying to sacrifice his son. He rewards him. I swear by myself, declares the Lord. Now when it says the Lord with capital letters in the English translation of the Bible, it actually says Yahweh, the name of the Jewish God, in the original Hebrew. So I swear by myself, declares Yahweh, that because you have done this and have not withheld your son, I will surely bless you and make your descendants as numerous as the stars in the sky and as the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will take possession of the cities of their enemies. Now, these descendants are Jews because Abraham is supposed to be the ancestor of all the Jews. So this story is ambiguous at best, and I don't think it's that important anyway, because it's a myth, just like all the other stories in Genesis. It was written down thousands of years after it supposedly happened, and Abraham probably never existed at all. But not all of the Bible consists of distant myths. It also contains contemporary history, like the book of 2 Kings. 2 Kings describes the history of the Jewish kingdoms of Israel and Judah, and it especially focuses on the kings of Judah and their actions, until the kingdom of Judah was conquered by the Babylonian Empire and it became a Babylonian province. Now the kings and events in this book are not mythical. They are confirmed by Babylonian and Assyrian records of the same period, and also by archaeological evidence. And 2 Kings makes it very clear that kings of both Judah and Israel sacrificed their children. For example, King Ahaz of Judah. Ahaz was 20 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 16 years. He followed the ways of the kings of Israel and even sacrificed his son in the fire. Now, unlike Abraham, Ahaz clearly was a real person. His royal
Now, isn't it funny, the fire, and then they want to bring up genocide and all? They're shitbags.
Seal has been found, which states Ahaz Jotham, so the name of his father, Jotham, is used as a last name, king of Judah. And he's also mentioned on the royal seal of his successor, which states Hezekiah Ahaz, king of Judah. Now the king after Hezekiah was Manasseh, and he is again indicated to have sacrificed his son. Manasseh was 12 years old when he became king, and he reigned in Jerusalem 55 years. He sacrificed his own son in the fire. After Manasseh, you get King Josiah, and during his reign, child sacrifice continued, according to the book of Jeremiah. Jeremiah claims God started speaking to him in the 13th year of Josiah's reign, and he said the following: "For the children of Judah have done evil in my sight, says Yahweh. They have set their abominations in the house which is called by my name," so that's the temple of Yahweh, "to pollute it. And they have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command, nor did it come into my heart." So we see that child sacrifice by burnt offering, like Abraham was supposed to do, was practiced by Jewish kings, according to 2 Kings, and by the people of Judah in general, according to Jeremiah. Now it's usually assumed that these sacrifices were made to foreign gods and not part of the traditional religion of the Jews. But I think these sacrifices were made to Yahweh, the traditional God of the Jews, and that they were part of the traditional religion. And I think it's Jeremiah who was going against the tradition by claiming that Yahweh told him child sacrifice is evil. Now first note the location where the child sacrifice is supposed to take place, Tophet. Tophet is also mentioned by an earlier prophet, Isaiah, who prophesied during the reign of King Hezekiah. And he states, "Tophet has long been prepared. It has been made ready for the king. Its fire pit has been made deep and wide, with an abundance of fire and wood. The breath of Yahweh, like a stream of burning sulfur, sets it ablaze."
Here's the problem I got with that. You got God, you got Lord. Which one is it? I mean, how much you need for the prime creator? That's why Lord, it's all Satan. I mean, they sit and say, "Oh, we don't do that." Then what's the deal with the red heifer in your third temple? But then you want to sit here and call everybody idolaters. Okay.
Yahweh is notoriously jealous, and he's not going to light up a sacrifice to any other god. So Tophet was dedicated to Yahweh. And from the context of the entire passage, it becomes very clear that Isaiah doesn't oppose Tophet, but he proposes its use, so that Yahweh will destroy the Assyrians, who are the enemies of the Jews. Now secondly, note the final sentence in the passage of Jeremiah, "which I did not command, nor did it come into my heart." No one would ever think that Yahweh would command to make sacrifices to any other god. So this sentence only makes sense if there were Jews who thought that Yahweh actually did command child sacrifice. And in the book of Ezekiel, this is explicitly stated. Ezekiel was a prophet who claimed God spoke to him during the reign of Zedekiah and told him the following: "So I gave them other statutes that were not good and laws through which they could not live. I defiled them through their gifts, the sacrifice of every firstborn, that I might fill them with horror so they would know that I am Yahweh." So to summarize, we learn from the book of 2 Kings and Jeremiah that Jews performed child sacrifice. We learn from the book of Isaiah that child sacrifice was devoted to Yahweh. And we learn from the book of Ezekiel that child sacrifice was even commanded by Yahweh. So that begs the question, are there passages in the Bible where Yahweh commands child sacrifice? And in fact, there are several of those passages in the book of Exodus. Yahweh said to Moses, consecrate to me every firstborn male. The first offspring of every womb among the Israelites belongs to me, whether human or animal. After Yahweh brings you into the land of the Canaanites and gives it to you, as he promised an oath to you and your ancestors, you are to give over to Yahweh the first offspring of every womb. All the firstborn males of your livestock belong to Yahweh. Do not hold back offerings from your granaries or your vats. You must give me the firstborn of your sons. Do the same with your cattle and your sheep. Let them stay with their mother for 7 days, but give them to me on the 8th day. The first offspring of every womb belongs to me, including all the firstborn males of your livestock, whether from herd or flock. And believe it or not, this final passage is actually part of the original 10 Commandments, as can be read in Exodus 34. After this commandment and some other commandments,
if anybody believes this shit, fuck. I've got some fucking, some snow out here, I can tell you. We don't have any snow.
Then Yahweh said to Moses, write down these words, for in accordance with these words I have made a covenant with you and with Israel. Moses was there with Yahweh 40 days and 40 nights, without eating bread or drinking water. And he wrote on the tablets the words of the covenant, the 10 Commandments. Now, to be fair, the Bible does describe some methods whereby you can prevent sacrificing your firstborn child. In Exodus 34, it is stated that you can also sacrifice a lamb instead. Redeem the firstborn donkey with a lamb, but if you do not redeem it, break its neck. Redeem all your firstborn sons. No one is to appear before me empty-handed. And in Numbers 18, it is stated that you can also pay the high priest. The firstborn offspring of every womb, both human and animal, that is offered to Yahweh is yours. So this is Yahweh speaking to the high priest. But you must redeem every firstborn son and every firstborn male of unclean animals. When they are a month old, you must redeem them at the redemption price set at 5 shekels of silver. So probably not every Jew sacrificed their firstborn child, but despite these provisions, the default command remained to sacrifice all firstborn. And as is clearly described in 2 Kings, Jeremiah, and Ezekiel, Jews did actually sacrifice their children to Yahweh.
So yeah, in previous easy, shut up. But well, sorry. Fucking place like a fucking legless sorority house in your place to call him pussy. Fuck. Just walked out there to try to see where Sam was, but wasn't there. But that's the thing. I mean, everybody's like, "Oh, Moses." No. Whoa. None of them are good. Because, yeah, you look at that Bible, then you start reading it, and it's like, then there's a King James, because that's the one that they go by. It's like, so you have the guy that wrote about demonology, writing another Bible that he just felt like it, or just so stupid, just unbelievable. But yeah, I mean, man, now we're going to start, I mean, not now, but Sunday. Man, we're going to have a party Sunday. Ooh, going away party. Man, when they hit that switch, but when they put, I mean, it's all right there. September 19th, that just goes right back to 3555 proclamation. And I mean, it's got to come to an end. That's it. They have been the ones that ruined everybody here. over and over and over and over and over again. Fuck, I mean, just it doesn't stop, but I guess that's good because, you know, shit. I think it's awesome. And one more thing. You know what? Yeah. Nah, I'll wait till later because I got a couple things like that. But yeah. So thanks everybody for sticking around. Oh, you know what? Wait a second. Let's see. Click here, here. Nope. Have to be a new one on there. Oh no. No. Oh, also, did you see that some federal judge blocked Trump's birthright citizenship executive order? Who in the fuck do you think you are? He's the executive. You're federal. So now, when all these fuckers go up there to testify, they're like, oh, yeah, we'll testify. It's like, whoa. You guys forgot. This isn't the highest court in the land. Let's take it to the Keystone State, shall we? There you go. But if they spill their guts about it, they're only covered from 2014 on. That's it. I mean, and let's face it, all the retards out there. I don't know why I'm just talking without having the microphone on. But, hold on one second. You know what? All right. I put that video in, so if you guys want to watch it, it's like 12:45. It's SCOTUS accepting a pardon is an admission of guilt. Yeah. The Supreme Court actually ruled on it that if you take a preemptive pardon, it is an admission of guilt. So now when they come in, they have no Fifth Amendment rights. They can't claim the Fifth. They have to be honest with everybody. So if you're telling some of these sick fucks that they're pretty much absolved from their crimes and they spill the beans and they try and say, wait, these signatures, who signed these? I'm telling you, the big one is when Trump said that, yeah, you got pardoned while I was giving my speech. You guys heard my speech, right? It's like, yeah, after you got sworn in for the novelty one, just like, because why would you do it there? Remember, Kamala flew all the way up to California just to have an honorary swearing in of Karen Bass, How to Catch a Fish. And there's way more to that bitch. I mean, the Vince Ramos Brigade and all that, they made it an album and they have I'm like, that's all they are. They let all these commies come in. They're coming from Q. Oh, shit. Where's that? Hold on a second. Hold up. That's the one I was looking for. Hold up. Damn it. It's up here. Nah. Probably have to come back to it. Oh, but there's one short. Hey, Nitro. This is just a short. Gotta love Americans. Yeah. So that's good shit. But yeah, we'll have a lot more Sunday. We are going to be taking some ugly deep dives, especially in the orphanages. Because because we're going to go more in depth about the 100 children, because hidden children, it's like this. But where it ends, you ain't going to believe it. It ends right where we need it to. So I want to thank everybody for sticking around. If you can, hit the like button. Greatly appreciated. And we will see you all on Sunday. All right, guys. Love you guys. And love you too, Dina. And I will see you guys later. Bye-bye.